Hello everyone, I am Senthil. Welcome to Senthil Smart QA Hub. In this section, we are going to start with understanding of history of the Playwright, what is Playwright, features of the Playwright, limitations of the Playwright. Now we'll see the first history of the Playwright. The Playwright was developed by Microsoft and released in 2020. A group of Playwright developers previously worked on the Puppeteer project at Google. What is Puppeteer? Puppeteer is an automation framework and works for only Chromium browsers, not for other browsers. So to overcome these limitations, and these developers of Microsoft created the cross-browser automation tool called Playwright. So it will support the Chromium, include WebKit and Firefox browsers. Next we'll see what is Playwright. Playwright is a free and open source automation testing tool for web automation testing, and we can run it headed and headless mode. What is the meaning of headed and headless? Headed means it will open the physical browsers and script will be executed. Headless means no GUI and it will not open the physical browsers and run it. And next one, Playwright developed by Microsoft company, and Playwright supports the testing for web browser application, mobile web application and API testing. Playwright is compatible with modern web browser like Chrome, Edge, Safari and Firefox. And it offers multi-language supports including JavaScript, TypeScript, Python, Java and C#. It supports multiple operating systems such as Windows, Macs and Linux. Next we'll see the features of the Playwright. First one, it supports the multi-browsers. So we can run the Playwright automation scripts in different modern browsers like Chromium, Firefox and WebKit. Next, it supports the multi-language. So we can write the automation scripts in different supported languages by using, what are the languages? JavaScript, TypeScript, Python, Java and C#. And it supports multi-OS, such as you can do the cross-browser testing on the Windows, Linux and Mac OS. Next one, we can test for the web browser application and mobile web application and API testing. And Playwright has different types of the built-in reports, and you can add the custom reports like Azure reports also. And Playwright has auto wait mechanisms for performing the actions on the element, loading the web page and finding the element of the web page. It is faster because the Playwright is faster than Selenium and Cypress automation tool. It will support any CI/CD tool like Jenkins, any container platform like Docker, it will support. And Playwright has recording, will record using CodeGen, and it supports debugging scripts. Playwright inspector used to identify the element of the locator. Trace viewer used to track the each and every steps of the execution in the report. Next one, parallel execution used to run the scripts very fast, and it supports multiple cross-browser testing. Next, Playwright has inbuilt assertion to validate the expected value with the web page. Next one, Playwright has less flaky test. Flaky means sometimes the scripts will get failed, sometimes the script will get passed. So here there is no flaky test. Next one, test retrieve. So Playwright provide the retrieve for the failed scripts and provide the option to get the screenshots and video of the test execution. Next one, storage state. Storage state used to log in the state, so it will skip the login steps for each scripts to save the time and focus the test on the core functionalities of the application. What is the use of this one? To focus the test on the core functionalities of the application. We will see the limitations of the Playwright. Playwright doesn't work on the high legacy browser and it doesn't support the testing for mobile application and desktop application. Last section we have seen the Playwright introduction. Now in this section we are going to learn how to set up the Playwright tool. We'll see step by step. These are the two prerequisites. First software requirement is Node.js. Node.js is a server. Using Node.js we can use the Playwright code with the TypeScript or JavaScript. Second requirement is ID, that is integrated development environment. In this, one of the ID is VS Code, that means Visual Studio, which is used to write the scripting. Now we'll see how to download and install Node.js and VS Code. We go to google.com and search for download Node.js. You can find the nodejs.org official website. Here click on download Node.js link. It will take you to the nodejs.org website. Here click on pre-built installer. Under this click on Node.js version. You can see current version and LTS version. LTS version means long-term support, that is a stable version, and you can download the Node.js based on your operating system with the system bit. In my case currently I am using Windows operating system with the 64-bit. So I am going to download and install this Node.js with Windows operating system with the 64 bits. And here they mentioned Node.js includes NPM 10.9.0. That means the NPM is by default available inside the Node.js. NPM stands for Node Package Manager, which is used to install, update and manage the dependency. To download Node.js, click on download Node.js button and click on the save button. So it will be downloaded. Once downloaded, go to downloaded location, click on Node.js Windows installer, click on next and click on I accept terms in the license agreement. Click on next. By default Node.js will be downloaded under the program files C drive. Click on next, click on next, next, install. It takes few seconds to install and finally we have to click on finish button. Now we have installed Node.js with the NPM. To check Node.js version and to check NPM version, open the command prompt. Here type node -v, will get the Node.js version. To check NPM version, type npm -v, will get the NPM version. Now we have seen how to download and install Node.js. Next we are going to download Visual Studio Code. So go to google.com, search for VS Code download and click on download Visual Studio Code. It will take you to official website of Visual Studio Code. Visual Studio is a free and open source tool and it is available for Windows OS, Linux OS, Mac OS. Now I am going to click on Visual Studio Code for Windows. Then click on save button to download. So once it is downloaded, click on VS Code setup. Click on I accept agreement, click on next, next, install. It takes few seconds to install the VS Code. Then finally click on the finish button. Now we have done Playwright prerequisite installation of Node.js and VS Code. Now we are going to install Playwright tool. Playwright tool can be installed in two ways. First one is using Playwright command and second one is using VS Code extension. First we will see how to install Playwright using command. These are the steps to install Playwright using command. First step, create a new folder and open it in the VS Code. Now I am going to create a folder here. Folder name should be the project name. You can give any name to the folder. I am going to give Playwright Automation. Next one, open the Visual Studio Code. So now we are going to open the project through the Visual Studio Code. For that, just you can drag and drop on the Visual Studio Code. So it will open in the Explorer section. Here second steps, we are going to run the Playwright installation command in the terminal. So in this Visual Studio Code, to open the terminal, here go to the terminal, select new terminal and it will open the PowerShell new terminal with the current project directory. So I have what is the project name is Playwright Automation. So this is a current project directory. Now type here Playwright installation command. This is the Playwright installation command npm init playwright @latest. So here I will type npm init playwright @latest and press enter. So now it is asking whether you are going to use Playwright with the TypeScript or JavaScript. By default, TypeScript is selected here. If you want to select JavaScript, just press arrow down key and we can select it. I am going to select TypeScript here and press enter. It will ask where to store your script under the project. We can give custom folders name, or if you press enter, by default tests folder will be created. If you want to configure CI/CD with the GitHub, select true by pressing Y key, else just keep false and press enter. Next it is asking to install the Playwright process. Press enter. Now we have installed the Playwright Automation tool. To check the version of the Playwright Automation tool, type npx playwright -version. Currently we have installed Playwright version is 1.49. Now we have seen installing the Playwright automation tool using Playwright command. Now we are going to install the Playwright tool using VS Code extension. This is the steps to install the Playwright tool using VS Code extension. First up, we have to create a project folder and open it in VS Code. Now I am going to create a project folder, Playwright test. You can create any name of the project folder. Open the Visual Studio Code, select the project folder and drag and drop to the Visual Studio Code. and the project name will be present in the Explorer section. Next up, we go to the extension section and install Playwright extension from the Microsoft. So here you will find the extension section. Click on the extension section. Here we are going to install the Playwright extension. So type here Playwright. You will find Playwright test for VS Code. So click on this and click on install. Now the Playwright plugins is installed in VS Code. After installing the Playwright extension, we are going to install the Playwright tool in our project. Go to view and select the command palette and type Playwright, then select install the Playwright. We can select the browsers and click on OK, and the Playwright libraries will be added into our project. Go to view, click on command palette and type install Playwright. Here it will show what are the browsers you want to install it. So by default all browsers are selected. By default TypeScript is selected, that's why JavaScript is not selected. If you don't want to use TypeScript, you want to use JavaScript, then you can click on the checkbox. Then if you want to configure the CI/CD with the GitHub, so we can select it. If you don't want it, you can unselect it. Then finally click on OK. After click on OK, Playwright tool will be installed in our project. So you can install the Playwright using the Playwright command, or we can go for VS Code extension. So we can install any one of the way.
In today's section, we are going to discuss the execution policy restricted error. This error you might see while installing the Playwright. So when you install the Playwright at the first time, you might see this error. Now we'll check this problem. For example, here I am going to install the Playwright at the first time. View, command palette, install Playwright, click on OK. See, you will get this error for npm.psi cannot be loaded because running script is disabled on this system. So why this error we are getting is because this happens. So Playwright tried to install some scripting at the background, but our Windows PowerShell blocked all the script running from the to product our system. That's why we get this error. How to check whether the current policy is restricted? So open the PowerShell. Here search the Windows PowerShell. In the Windows, search the Windows PowerShell. Click on this. It will open the PowerShell. So here get hyphen, don't give space, execution policy and press enter. You will notice that it's saying restricted. That means no scripting is allowed to run. So now, to fix this one, we have to change the execution policy. We need to sign the remotely to allow the script to run. So what is the command is set hyphen execution policy hyphen scope current user hyphen execution policy remote signed. Press enter. Sometime for confirmation it will ask to press yes, so you need to press yes. Remotely we signed to allow the script to run it. Now we'll check the execution policy. The execution policy is remotely signed. Now I'll explain this command. Set execution policy command used to change the execution policy. Actually it is restricted for current user, so I mentioned the scope current user and execution policy is remote signed. So previously it is restricted, now it is remote signed. Again, if you want to restrict, then suppose you want to restrict again, you can change remote signed into restricted. Now to know whether it is restricted or remotely signed, we can use get execution policy command. Now currently, now we changed restricted to remote signed. Now I can install the Playwright, view, command palette, install Playwright and click on OK. Now I am not getting the error, it is getting installing.
In the previous section, we discussed Playwright installation. If you have not installed it yet, Please refer to the previous video and complete the Playwright setup. Today we are going to see how to write first script and how to run the script. First we will see how to write the first script. To write first script, these are the steps we have to follow. First step is navigate to the test folder. So go to VS Code. Here already we have installed the Playwright. Expand the Playwright Automation folder. We can see the list of folders and files, and these folders and files would be created after installing the Playwright. Here expand the test folder. Under this folder there is a test file called example.spec.ts file, which contains example Playwright code. It is not required, so I am going to delete it because we are going to create our own test file. Right click on that example.spec.ts, delete. And we have test-example. We have another spec file which contains many scripts for the reference. It is also not required, so I am deleting it. Right click, delete it. Now we have expanded the test folder, and second step is we are going to create a test file inside the test folder. The test file is created with the file name.spec.ts extension. Go to VS Code. Now we are going to create a test file. The right side of the project folder, you can find new file, new folder, creation icon. To create test file, select the test folder, click on the new file icon. It will ask the file name. I am going to enter the file name like script1.spec.ts. Now script1.spec.ts is a test file which used to write the Playwright code. So here we create a test1.spec.ts file. We can create a test file in many ways. This file how we created, select the test folder and click on new file icon. Or you can right click on the folder and you can right click on the test folder, click on the new file and enter the test file name script2.spec.ts. Or we can create a test file using Linux command called touch command. So go to the terminal, type touch. Currently we are in the project directory Playwright Automation. So we have to create a test file inside the test folder. So mention the test / then test file name. Test, mention test / then test file name. So example here script3.spec.ts and press enter. The term touch is not recognized. This terminal is a PowerShell. PowerShell terminal works for Windows commands. PowerShell terminal works for Windows commands. Touch command is a Linux command. So we have to open the git bash terminal. How to open the git bash terminal? After the plus symbol, click on the down arrow. Here you find git bash. Click on the git bash. Now it will land at the git bash terminal, where we can use the Linux command here. Now I am going to create a test file by using touch command. How to use it? Touch. Currently we are in the project location. Test / give the test file name. So I'll give script3 3.spec.ts and press enter. See, it got created under the test folder. So test file we can create using this icon, or you can right click on the test file, create a new, or we can use the Linux command. Next one, import the Playwright test. Now go to VS Code, go to inside the spec file. Now we are going to write the import statement for Playwright test. To write import statement for Playwright test, import and test from, then put double quotes or single quotes and mention @Playwright/test. This is a import statement. We imported the test from @Playwright test package. This package is a Playwright test package we will get after Playwright installation. This package is present inside the node-modules library. See here, @Playwright/test. So using this test model, we are going to define the test function. Next step is fourth step. Define a test function to write the script. Now here we are going to define the test function. So type test and it takes generally two arguments. The first argument is title and second argument is body. Title we can give us a test description. I am going to give the test description as open the application. Second argument is a body. We have to call a function. What function is asynchronization with arrow function. Asynchronization declare using async keyword, then use arrow function, open bracket, close bracket, then write arrow key, then write arrow key, open curly brace and close curly brace. At last close the test function. This is how we have to create a test function in the Playwright. Now fifth step is passing the page fixture to the arrow function within the curly brackets. So go to VS Code. Here write the page fixture within the curly brace. Write open curly brace, close curly brace and pass the page to the argument. What is page fixture? If you go to the page fixture implementation, page fixture is isolated instance for each test. So page fixture is a instance, or you can say object. It used to open the browser based on the project configuration in the playwright.config.ts. So if you go to playwright.config.ts, here you will find the project configuration section. So this is project configuration section. Here we have mentioned Chromium, Firefox and WebKit. So page fixture will open all the browsers. Inside the test method, we didn't write any script. We'll run the script and check whether the page is opening the browsers or not. Inside the test, we didn't write any script. We are going to check whether the page is opening the browsers or not. For running the Playwright test, this is the syntax npx. Npx stands for Node Package Executor, and followed by we have to write Playwright test with the spec file name. So this is the command used to run the specific Playwright test file. We can use PowerShell or Git Bash. Any terminal we can use. To run, what is the command? npx playwright test, then spec file name. What is the spec file name? Script 1.spec.ts and press enter. See, it got executed and 3 got passed. By default, Playwright runs on headless mode without GUI, so we cannot see the physical browser. If you want to open the physical browser, then go to playwright.config.ts and add a property called headless : false. By default, headless : true, so we have to mention the property called headless : false. Now I am going to run the script. Now we can see the browser. The execution is completed. We have only one test method, but it got executed 3 passed, because in the playwright.config.ts we mentioned 3 project. So go to playwright.config.ts, you will find the project configuration section. So in this section, see here we have a 3 project. First one is Chromium, Firefox, WebKit. So whenever we execute the script, the script will be executed all 3 browsers. I want to open only Chromium browser. Then you can command this remaining 2 browser. Now run the script1.spec file. Now it opens only one browser, that was Chromium browser. So here this page object, the page instance, open the browser based on the project configuration. For example, here I have one test method. In the playwright.config.ts I have a Chrome browser. Now the page object run the script using the Chromium browser. Now the page object will launch the Chromium browser. In this example, we have one test method in the spec file, and project.config.ts we have 3 browser. We have mentioned 3 browser. So first page will launch Chromium browser, then second page will launch Firefox browser, and third page will launch WebKit browser. Now to open the application, write await, use page instance dot go to method. This page dot go to method used to open the application, and inside the go to argument mention the URL of the application. We can give any URL, which application you want to open, and mention the URL of the application. Example, here I am going to open Google application, mention the Google URL http :/www.google.com. Now I am going to run script1.spec.ts file. Now it will open the browser. Now it will open the Chromium browser and it will launch the Google application. Once the test method got executed, automatically the browser will be closed, and await used to wait the function to complete the promise. So this await will wait till the page will be loaded. This await keyword used inside the asynchronization function. Next step, to assert whether it is landed the right page or not, we use assertion statement. How to use assertion statement is await, expect should be imported from the Playwright test. So here write expect, then you can use it here. Expect of page. Here we have assertion method to verify the title of the page. So to have title method. Here we can mention the expected title. Expected title. What is the title of the Google application? Google. So this is the Google is the expected title. If it is expected title is not present, script will be failed. Now I am going to run the script. It will open the Chromium browser, it will open the Google application and verifies the title. And script got passed. So in this section we have learnt how to write the first script and how to run the script. In the last section we learnt how to write the first script using page fixture. Today we are going to explore how to manually launch a browser. Playwright's native test runner provides the inbuilt page fixture for launching the browser. So the inbuilt page fixture will not support for other frameworks like Chast, Mocha and Cucumber. In order to launch the browser for these frameworks, we have to launch the browser manually. We can launch all type of browser manually, Chromium, Firefox, WebKit, by importing respective module. To launch browser manually, we have to follow these other steps. First, we have to import the required module, Chromium, Firefox, WebKit. Then we have to launch a browser. We have to write a code to launch a browser. Then to write a code to create a context. Next one, create a new page and then close the browser. Now we go to VS Code and write a code to open the browser manually. So now here I am going to remove the page fixture. So I am not going to use the page fixture to open the browser. I am going to write the code to open the browser manually. So for that I will import the Chromium. To open the Chromium browser, await chromium.launch. This statement used to launch the Chromium browser and we have to store it in the variable. I will take variable called browser. This statement used to launch the browser. Next statement, we have to create a new context, await browser.new context. Context, I will store the context in new variable, context variable. This statement used to create a new browser context. A new context used to create a browser context. Context is like separate independent browser section. It doesn't share the cookies and cache. So here using this context we are going to create a page, await context.new page. So I will store this page into a variable constant page. This statement used to open a new page. So in order to open the browser we have to write this three statement. Then after using page we can launch the application page.goto. I am going to launch Google application. .com. Now I am going to run this script npx playwright test script1 dot spec.ts. press enter. It will launch the Chromium browser and it will open the Google application. We can open all type of browser. If here this statement is to open the Chromium browser. If you want to open the Firefox, mention Firefox and just here Firefox dot launch. This will launch the Firefox browser. Now if you want to open the Edge browser is core engine code is Chromium, right? So here write Chromium, import the Chromium model and call chromium.launch, and inside this launch argument we can write the channel property, channel dot, we can write ms edge. So inside the chromium.launch we have to pass the channel colon ms property. This will launch the Edge browser. Now I am going to run this script. So it launching the Edge browser. Now after the execution over, automatically the browser got closed. So if you want to close the browser, await page dot close. This statement will close the browser. Now it will open the Google application in Edge browser. So now this is a statement to open the browser. It will open which browser is, it will open the incognito browser. So whenever we run this code, it will open the incognito mode. So if I run this one, again I am running. Now see here it's open the incognito mode. If you want to open the normal browser, then you can change the method name is launch persistence context. Launch persistence context will take mandatory argument user data directory. We are not giving any user data directory, just we can give blank, and then in the second argument you can mention the channel property. It will launch the normal browser. Launch persistence contents, it will launch the normal browser. So we don't need to create a context for normal browser, and by default it gives the page. So you can use that page using browser dot pages of 0. 0 indicates first tab in the browser. Now I am going to run this. It will open the normal Edge browser and open the Google application. Today we are going to see the Playwright locators. Generally the Playwright locator used to identify and interact with the web element on the web page. These are the inbuilt locators in Playwright. What are the locators? Page.getByText, page.getByLabel, page.getByPlaceholder, page.getByAltText, page.getByTitle, page.getByTestID, page.getByRole. So these are the locators are available in the Playwright. Now we will see one by one all the locator. First locator is page.getByText. The getByText locator used to identify the element on the page by using the element visible text. Generally the element visible text is called as text of the element. The text of the element is present in the HTML code. Where the text of the element is present is, it will be present after the opening tag before closing tag. For this example, for this HTML code, the submit is the text of the element, or we can say it's a visible text which is present after opening tag or before closing tag. Whenever the element is having visible text, so we can go for get by text locator. So this locators, it's a case sensitive. Whatever the text is present in the HTML code, same text we have to give it, and we can give the partial or we can give the exact word we can give. Playwright supports partial or exact match. For exact match, we have to add exact colon true object property. Now we will see the example code for get by text. Now for get by text, I'll take this Google application. So in this Google application, I'm going to right click on the Gmail and inspect the element. And see here, Gmail is, it's a visible text on the page. So this is called as text of the element, which is present after the open tag and before closing tag. So now using this Gmail text of the element, I'm going to find the Gmail web element. Before going to perform operation on the Gmail element, so first I launch the Gmail application, await page dot go to method, http www.google.com. So this statement will launch the application. After launch the application, so we are going to find this Gmail element. So I'll take this text of the element. Here we are going to find the Gmail web element. So await page dot get by. When you write page dot get by, here see, you can see all the locators. Get by all text, get by label, get by placeholder, get by role, get by test ID, get by text, get by title. We are going to use get by text locator. Inside the get by text, it takes which argument is string argument, and second argument is a optional. So first argument is a string argument. We have to pass the text of the element within the string. Playwright locator is auto wait. You don't need to give await. I'll remove the await keyword. This statement used to find the Gmail link. Then Gmail link, I'm going to store it in the variable Gmail-link. This statement used to will find the Gmail element and it will be stored in the Gmail link variable. Using this variable, I'm going to click on the Gmail link. So await Gmail link dot click method. Click method used to click on the element. Now I'm going to run this script. Now it will launch the Gmail application and click on the Gmail link. Here it's got clicked and immediately the browser got closed. After click on the Gmail, we couldn't see because the browser got closed. After click on the Gmail link, if you want to make some time to wait, then you can mention the timeout. Await page dot timeout. It will wait for the milliseconds. So here if we pass 10,000, it will wait for 10 seconds. So after click on the Gmail, it will wait for 10 seconds, then browser will be closed. I'm going to run this code. It will launch the Google application. Click on the Gmail link, wait for 10 seconds, then application will be closed. This statement used to open the application. This statement will find the Gmail element and it will be stored in the Gmail link variable. Then click on the Gmail link, wait for 10 seconds. We will see one more example for get by text using different application. So I'm going to open this application and then I'm going to click on this AP. So I'll take this URL of the application. Here we are going to launch the playwright.dev official website. So I'll give this URL in the go to method. This used to launch the playwright.dev official website. Now after launching, we are going to click on this API link. So to click on the API link, we have to find the locator. Right click on the API element, click on inspect. Now we can see the HTML code for API, and here we have the text of the element. Now we can find the API using getByText. In the getByText, what we will pass? API. So I'll copy the API. After open the application, we are going to find the API element. So here page dot getByText. We are going to use getByText locator. Inside the getByText locator, I am going to pass the API text. So this used to find the API element. Now we are going to store it in the variable constant. This is constant API link. I am going to click on the API link. So I am going to write API link dot click, await API link dot click. Click method used to click on the element. Now I am going to run this code. So we are launching the playwright.dev, and then we are trying to click on the API, but it's not clicked. We got the error here. API.click, it is throwing the error, locator.click error. So strict mode violation. So strict mode violation means API link is identified the 3 elements. So click method will not click on the all the element at a time. Click method will not click on all the element at a time. So it giving the suggestion to use different locator to identify the unique of the each element. It gives the suggestion to use the different locator to identify to make the unique element. Because here this getByText, it will identify the partial text of the element and exact text of the element. Now here we'll check how many API elements are there. Here we'll type API. See here we have 3 API elements are there. We have 3 API element. Right click on this API, inspect element. This API is a complete text of the element. We'll check other 2. This API, is a partial text of the element. Partial text. Next, third one, right click inspect element. This is also partial text. These 2 APIs are partial text, and this API only complete text of the element. So we have to identify this API element. So for that, we can give the second argument. We can pass exact. Exact is an object property, and the exact value is Boolean type. So by default, the getByText, it takes false argument. Now we have to give the exact colon true. When you mention exact colon true property, the getByText will identify the exact element. Now I am going to run this. Now it will launch the playwright.dev official website, and again throwing the error because this program here small round is that means you didn't, after modified, you didn't save the program. Control S for save, and then run it again. It will open the playwright.dev and click on the API. Then it will wait for 10 seconds. Then the application will be closed. Now it is passed. This will take partial text of the element also. If you want to find the complete text of the element, we have to use exact colon true property. Now we have seen how to identify the element using getByText. Next we'll see how to use getByLabel. GetByLabel locator used to identify the element based on the visible label text and area label attribute. In the application, the visible text you will get a password and the tag name is label, and this label we have a for attribute. This for attribute, the password is attached to the input. So using label we can find the input element. Now we'll see the example for visible label text. Now I'll go to wikipedia.org. Here you will find the Wikipedia search text box. Here I am going to right click, inspect element. Now we can see the Wikipedia search text box HTML code is here. Here you will find the label, and what is the label value is search Wikipedia. This label, the label for attribute value is attached to the input ID. We can take the search Wikipedia label value and we can pass it to the getByLabel to find the input text box. Now I'll copy this label value. So I'll change the URL www.wikipedia.org. This statement will open the application. Now after open the application, we are going to find the Wikipedia search text box using getByLabel. I'll pass the label value. This statement used to find the Wikipedia text box, and I'll store it in the variable. I'll give the variable name search text box. So next step, I'm going to enter value in the search text box. Await search text box dot. To type value in the text box, we have to use fill method. Inside the fill method, we can enter the value. What value you want to type it in the text box, that value we can mention inside the fill method. I'll give the value is Playwright. So this will open the Wikipedia org and find the Wikipedia search text box and type the Playwright value in the text box and then wait for 10 seconds. I'm going to run this script npx playwright text script 2.spec.ts. It will launch the wikipedia.org. The value is typed here. So we identify the input text box using getByLabel. When we can use the getByLabel in the label tag for attribute value attached to the ID, then we can use getByLabel to find the input. Next one, we can use getByLabel using area attribute value. See here HTML code. Here we have a area attribute value is search field. This value we can use it in the getByLabel to find this element. Now I'll take facebook.com. Here in this email text box, right click, inspect element. Now we can see the HTML code of email text box. In the HTML code, see here you will find area label. Area label value is email, address or phone number. We can use this value to the getByLabel and to find the email text box. Now I'll take this value. Here I will change the URL. We are going to launch facebook.com. Then we are going to find the email text box, page.getByLabel. Then I'll pass the area label value of the email text box. Then I'll store it in the variable email text box. Now to the text box, I am going to pass the email ID. Await email-text box dot fill. Here I am going to mention the email ID demo.gmail.com. I am going to run this script. Now it will launch the Facebook application, then email ID will be typed. So we type the email ID using here getByLabel. In this getByLabel, we pass the area label value. getByLabel, we can use it in two situations. So whenever this label for attribute is attached to the ID to the get by label, and next one, whenever this element is having area attribute value, then we can use get by label. So here now we have learned to get by text, get by label. Next we will go for get by placeholder. So get by placeholder will locate the element based on the placeholder attribute. So in the HTML code you will see the placeholder attribute. So this placeholder attribute value we can use it in the get by placeholder to find the element. Now I will open the amazon.com, and in this Amazon search text box, right click inspect element. You can see the HTML code of this Amazon search text box. Here you will find the placeholder. See here you can see the placeholder attribute. So now to find this Amazon search text box, we can use get by placeholder locator. So I'll copy this placeholder value. Here I'll open the amazon.com. So this open amazon.com. Next we are going to find the search text box. Page dot, we can use get by placeholder. Here we can pass the placeholder value of the search text box. Then I will store it in the variable search text box. Next we are going to enter value in the search text box. Await search text box dot fill. So I am going to pass the first mouse for laptop. I am going to run this script. So it will launch the amazon.com. In the search text box the value will be entered. So now we have find this search text box using get by placeholder. So now we have learned get by text, get by label, get by placeholder. Next we will go for get by alt text. So here get by alt text also used to locate the value based on this the alt attribute value. Mostly this alt attribute is present in the image tag. Now I will open the zomato.com. Have the image here. Right click inspect element. This image is created. img tag, this HTML code, and here you will find the alt attribute value. Here you can see the alt attribute value. So using this value we can find this image. Copy this value. Now I am going to open the zomato.com. Next we are going to find the image page dot get by alt text. Here I will pass that image alt value online order. This is used to find the online order image. I will store it in the variable. I will store it in the variable example. I will give img. Then I am going to click on the image. Await img dot click. So open the zomato.com, find the order online image, click on that image, wait for 10 seconds, then application will be closed. Now I am going to run this script. We are expecting to click on that order online image, but it is not clicked, we got the error. So it is saying the 2 matches found. 2 matches found. 2 element is having same alt attribute. We are going to find the first element. So here you can use first method. Suppose you want to go for second, and we don't have second method, so we can use nth. Then we can mention the nth method. Nth method index value starts from 0. If you want to click on the first element, mention the 0. Or if you want to click on the second element, we can mention 1. So I am going to click on the first element. I can give nth of 0, or I can use first method. So it's clicked. After 10 seconds, the browser got closed. Now we have seen how to use get by alt text. Next we are going to use get by title. Get by title will locate the element based on the title attribute. For example, in the HTML code, if title attribute is present, we can use the title attribute value. We can pass this value to the getByTitle to find the element. Next, I'll take mail.com. Right click on the search text box, inspect element. So it will open the respective HTML code, and here you will find the title attribute. So I am going to copy this title attribute. Let us launch mail.com. Next, we are going to find the element using title attribute, page dot get by title. I will pass the title value. Then I will store it in a variable search text box. Next, we are going to type value in the search text box. Await search text box dot fill. We are going to type the value. I will type jobs. Let's run the code. See, the value is typed and browser got closed. So now we have seen get by title. We will see next locator. Next locator is a get by test ID. Get by test ID used to find the element based on the data test ID attribute. For example, the HTML code is having data-test ID attribute is present. So we can pass this attribute value to the get by test ID locator to find the element. Next, I will open the open.spotify.com. Here I am going to find the sign up button. The sign up button, this is the HTML code. So in the HTML code, we have attribute called data-test ID. I will copy this data-test ID value. In the goto method, I am going to open the open.spotify.com. Next, we are going to find the sign up button using get by test ID. Await page dot get by test ID. I will pass the get by test ID value of the sign up button. I will store it in a variable sign up button. Next, we are going to click on the sign up button. Await sign up button dot click. We'll run the script. It will click on the sign up button. Now we have seen how to identify the element using get by test ID. Next, last locator, get by role locator. So get by role locator used to locate the element based on this area roles. Area means accessible rich internet application. Area roles will support set of HTML element. So these are the common elements. The common area roles: button, link, heading, text box, checkbox, and a dialog. Now we'll see how to use a get by role using button. So here page dot get by role. We have to mention the element name. The element is this button. Second argument will take the name property. So in this name property, we have to pass this button text of the element. Next one for link, how to use get by role is get by role. The name of the element is link element, and second argument it takes name property. In the name property, we have to give the name of the link. Next one is heading. For heading, get by role, this is H1 means heading, so we have to pass heading, and second argument is the name property. In the name property, we have to pass the name of the heading. Next one for text box. For text box, get by role, this is HTML code for text box code, so I am taking the text box, and in the name property, we have to pass the name attribute value. Get by role, name of the element is checkbox, and the name property will pass the name attribute value. Now using get by role, we'll see the example code. Using get by role, I'm going to identify the link. Right click on this Gmail link, inspect element. So the Gmail is a text of the element. We are going to use this visible text to the get by role. Here I launch Google application. Then we are going to find the Gmail link using get by role locator. Page dot get by role. First argument will take the role. These are the areas roles are there. We are going to use here what role is link. So I will pass here link and comma. Second argument should be the name property. Name is a property. It takes which value is string value. Colon. I'll mention the name value is Gmail. And this also will identify the partial text of the element. The second property we can mention the exact property takes boolean value dot true. Then I'll store it in a variable constant. This is Gmail hyphen link. Await Gmail hyphen link dot click. I'm going to run this code. So it will click on the Gmail link using get by role. Similarly, you can use it for button, heading, text box, checkbox, dialog.
Today we are going to discuss the no test found error in the Playwright. So when do we get this no test found error? Generally this happens because of few common mistakes we make while running the Playwright test. Let's go through them one by one. For example, here I have two spec files are present. Example1.spec file, example2.spec files are present under the test folders. Now I am going to run the spec file. For example, here npx playwright test. Then I am going to call example3.spec file. The file is not exist. So the file is not exist under the test folders. So you will get no test found error. The reason is that the file is not present under the testers folders. Even that file is present not inside the testers folder also, you will get the same error. Because playwright.config.ts file, you mention the directories testers folders. Whenever you run the Playwright execution, it will try to call the spec files under the test directory folders. For example, here I will keep this is outside the test folders. Example2.spec file, now I kept the outside the directory. Now I will call this example2.spec.ts file. It will get no test found. If file is not exist, if you try to call the file, you will get no test found error. If you execute the spec file which is present in the wrong directory, then you will get the no test found error. Okay, example2.spec file is present under the project directory. Then I want to run it this file. Then the playwright.config.ts file, just mention the dot indicate the current project. Now it works. Suppose you are keeping this example2.spec file under some other folder, then after the dot slash you have to mention that folder where that example2.spec file is present. That folder name we can give, then we can run it. So no test found error occurs when you run the invalid spec file name. Second reason is the spec file is not present in the test directory. Spec file is not present in the test directory. So for these reasons, you will get no test found error. Thank you.
Today we are going to see how to maximize the browser in Playwright. Whenever we run the script through Playwright, the browser is not maximized completely. The browser screen, the vertical line is a height and horizontal is a width. Now in the Playwright, by default, we don't have a maximized method to maximize the browser. So in order to maximize the browser, we have to set the browser configuration by using viewport to maximize the browser. Now we write the code to check the default browser size. Default browser size, the width is 1280, the height is 720. Now here, to get the width of the browser, page.viewport size method. Viewport size method will get the width and height of the browser. First we will fetch the width. To get the width value of the browser, call width property. So I'll store it in the variable. This will fetch the browser width, hyphen browser width. Next one, we are going to fetch height of the browser, page.viewport size dot height. This will fetch the height of the browser, constant browser height. Next, we'll print this to value console.log. First, I'll print browser width, comma, browser height. I'll run this code. This is the Playwright default browser size. See here, this is width of the browser 1280. This is height of the browser 720. This is the default browser size of the Playwright. Now if you want to set the browser size, call await page dot, we have a set viewport size method. So set viewport size method takes two property, one is width and then height. So manually open the maximized browser and right click, inspect element and go to console. Here you can get the actual value of the width and height. If you want to get the width value, outer width, call outer width, you will get, this is a width of my maximized browser value. And next one, to get the height, outer height. This is the maximized browser height value. Now we will pass this to value inside the viewport. So it will take two property, width and height. Mention the width property and width colon, we will mention the width of the browser value, comma, next property is height property. What is the height of the browser is 816, pass it here. The set viewport size method used to set the width and height of the browser. This method takes two property, first property is a width, second property is height. Now I'll run this code. Now this time after open the application, the browser is maximized. Now this statement used to maximize the browser for specific test method. If you have multiple test method, you want to set it in globally, you can use playwright.config.ts file, and here we can mention the viewport object property. This viewport will take two properties, width and height. Now here this you can remove this statement because we set the width and height of the viewport globally. Now this is applicable for all the spec file. Today we are going to see Playwright locator function. So I'll create a separate folder for Playwright locator function. Playwright locator function. Under this folder, I'll create a notes. So the topic is Playwright locator functions. So this Playwright locator functions used to perform operation on the web element. Correct, this used to perform operation on the web element. So first I'll write it here, used to perform operation on the web elements. So we'll see one by one all the method. First one, we have a click function. We have a click function. So already we used click function, right? So what is the use of click function? Click function used to click on the element. Click on an element. Already we used in the code, right, for click function. Used click function, used to click on the element. Click function used to click on the element. So click function used to click on the element. What are the element generally we can click? Button, we can click on the button, we can click on the link, and checkbox, we can click on the checkbox, radio button, and menu item, and we can click on the images, correct? We can click on the image. So this click function used to click on the element, and this click function will, what will it will do? It will simulate a user click action, where it will simulate the user click action on the element, correct, on the web elements. This click function is automatically wait for the element to be visible and enabled to perform the action. That's why whenever you write a click function, before you're writing await, because it will wait, it is automatically wait for the element to be visible and enabled. If it is visible and enabled only, it will click on the action. So it will perform the click action. Next one, we have seen fill function, right? Next one, fill function. Where we used fill function? Fill function used to enter the value into the text box. Correct, we used to enter the value to the text box, right? Already fill function, we are passing the string value. So this string value will be typed in the text box. So now here the fill function, correct, fill function used to, correct, fill function used to enter the text into the input fields. So this fill function used to enter the value into the, correct, input fields, or we can use to enter the value on the multi-line text box, text area tag name, multi-line text area elements. For example, here in this application, see here, this is input fields, correct, the username and the city text box and all input fields. Address field, this is a multi-line text box, multi-line input field. This multi-line text box is created using text area tag name. Where this multi-line text box is created using text area tag name. That's why I mentioned here multi-line text area element. Using fill method, we can type the value into the text box, or we can type the value into the multi-line text box. Multi-line text box, where we can enter the more than one line. We can enter the more than one line in the multi-line text box. Now we'll see the example for this multi-line text box. I'll create a separate spec file. Here I'll create a separate spec file 01 underscore fill function dot spec.ts. I'll copy this text method format. I'll paste it here. Now let me open this application. I'll mention this URL of the application here. So I'll remove the test method title. I'll mention locate the address multi-line text box and enter the values. So this used to launch the application, this application. After launch the application, I am going to enter value into the address multi-line text box. This is the address field. Now right click inspect element. This is the HTML code for address multi-line text box. Which locator we can go for it? Example here I will go for ID. We'll copy this ID value. We can use the placeholder locator. See here we can use the placeholder locator, or we can go for ID locator. I'll copy the ID locator. So here I'm going to mention await page dot locator. Here I'll pass the ID indicates hash symbol, then I'll paste the ID value. This is used to find the address element, right? It is used to find the address element. This is the multi-line text box. Here I am going to enter the value. So here to enter the value, I'll call here fill function. Here I'll pass, for example, here I'll pass here Chennai, then space Tamil Nadu. Now this will launch the application, and then we are typing the value into the multi-line text box. After typing the value into the multi-line text box, I am going to wait for 5 seconds, await page dot, wait for timeout. Here I will pass 5000 milliseconds. Now let me run this code. npx playwright test, then I'll call the test method title -g. Once the page is loaded, the value will be typed here. See, the value is typed here. And script got passed here. To enter the value into the input field and multi-line text box, we use which function? Fill function. But in the multi-line text box, we can pass multiple lines. Correct? In the multi-line text box, we can pass the multiple lines. So here I can enter the value into multiple lines in the multi-line text box. So here Chennai, and then enter in the multi-line text box. I can type the next line. Then next line also I can type. So I can enter the value in the multiple lines. Right? I can enter the value in the multiple lines in the multi-line text box. Now how we have to do it now? So I want to enter the values in the multiple lines. How we do with in the fill method? Correct. How we are going to do with the fill method is, instead of mentioning the double quotes, correct, instead of mentioning the double quotes, remove this, make it backtick symbol. Remove this double quotes and mention the backtick symbol. Correct. Inside the backtick symbol, we can specify the values, right? We can specify the values, and we can specify the multiple lines here. This is the first line, and this is second line, and third line I am going to enter some code. Now I mentioned here 3 line, correct. This is the first line, second line, third line. So 3 lines in the multi-line text box. These 3 lines will be entered. Now let me rerun this. Can enter the multiple line. Here space is there, that's why the space is also entered here. Space is available, that's why including space also it is entered. If you don't want it, you can remove. To enter the values in the multi-line text box with multiple lines, we used the backtick symbol. Correct. We use the thing with backticks. If you mention the double quotes, we will get the error here. See here, get the error. Then using double quotes, what we can do is, using double quotes, we can mention it in single line, and here you can add the escape sequence, correct. Here you can add the escape sequence \n. \n indicates next line. So here also you can give \n. Now let me rerun this. To type multiple lines in the multi-line text box, we can use backtick symbol or we can use escape sequence. See, the values are entered in multiple lines, the multi-line text box. We used escape sequence. In escape sequence, which one we used? \n. \n indicates new line. Previously we used backtick here, correct. This is backtick. We can use backtick or we can use escape sequence. So here I'll go to notes. So the fill method used to enter the value in the input fields or multi-line text box, correct, or we can use multi-line text box. In the multi-line text box, if you want to type multiple lines, we can use backtick or \n. So here it can handle multiple text using backtick. In backtick, how do you say here in JavaScript? How do you say backtick? Template literals. Correct, template literals. Template literal means backtick symbol. Or we can use \n. \n means new line. Suppose the text box is hidden, like how the buttons are hidden here. Because the buttons are hidden, we cannot perform operation. Same thing, some text box is hidden, correct, then we cannot type the value, correct. That means fill method also automatically waits for the element to be visible and editable. If the element is the text box or text area is editable only, we can type the value, correct, we can type the value. So next point, automatically waits for the element to be visible and editable. The click function also will work when the element is visible and enabled. Automatically waits for the element to be visible and enabled for click function. If the element is disabled, you are trying to click on it, you will get the error. Automatically it will wait till the element is visible. The old version of the Playwright, there is a method called locator. After the locator variable, we have method called type, correct. We have a function called type. Now this type is deprecated, correct. Now the type is deprecated. It's a old function for typing the value into the text box. How it will be typed? Na, character by character it will typed. The text will be typed character by character. How manually we type the value into the text box, correct. We type the value into the text box. Same thing here. How we are typing here, same thing, it will be typed character by character. Which method? Locator dot type function, correct. Locator dot type function. Now it is deprecated. How it works? The type function will type the text character by character. correct, character by character. Now it is deprecated. Now see here, if you go here, if you try to call inst of the fill method, correct, inst of the fill method, if you try to call type function, they will mention clearly the type, it's strike line, correct. The type function, there is a strike line, this is a locator type function. This locator type function, now they mention it is a deprecated. So deprecated means now we cannot use this function, and they mention only press key one by one if there is any special keyword handle. But we have a type function for, not for here, for keyboard operation we have a type function, but in the locator function we don't have type. We will be learning the keyboard function later. There you will get the type function. Type function used to type the value into the text box. Here fill function also used to enter the value into the text box. Type function also used to enter the value into the text box, but now it is deprecated. Now we can use only fill function, because this what is the disadvantage in this type function is the type function will type character by character. See, if you fill function, if you run, same time this all statement will be just typed. It's not like manually how we typed. Same thing, it will be typed like this. It will not type like this. Only type method will type like how we type keyboard. Now same thing it will type. Type function will enter the value into the text box to character by character. Now it is deprecated. Now next one we have here, whenever we open this application, by default in the city text box we can see the Bangalore value. In the city text box by default it is Bangalore. Now I want to type here Chennai. Correct. Now I want to type here Chennai. Now I'll write it here. So I'm going to enter the value here, Chennai value. I'm going to enter the Chennai value. Right click, inspect element. Which locator I can go for? I can go for ID, right? To enter the value into the city text box, I can use ID. I can use ID, await, page dot, locator. Then I'll write here hash, then ID value. Then fill method, I'm going to enter the, in the fill method I'm going to pass Chennai. Already what value is present? Bangalore is present. Now I am trying to type the Chennai. Now see here, the value will be overwritten. Automatically the value will be cleared and then it will be typed. You don't need to clear the existing value. The fill method will clear and then it will type the value. The value is not appended here, the value is overridden here. Appended means after the Bangalore the Chennai will be typed, but this fill method will override the value. Automatically they clear the existing value and it will type the value. This type function will append the value. Correct. This now this fill function, correct, this fill function override the existing value. Override the existing value present in the text box or multi-line text box. Text box or multi-line text box. This type function will not, this will not override the existing value. This type function we don't use it, but why we are learning is might be in interview they will ask what is the difference between fill and type function. So what here it will not override the existing value. Instead of overriding the existing value, it appends the text. This is I'll mention as a note because this method is not used. Next, we'll see the third one. We'll see the clear function. Clear function used to clear the existing value present in the text box and multi-line text box. So here the clear function used to clear the existing value present in the text box and multi-line text box. Multi-line text box. And then this clear function, using clear function we cannot enter any value. Clear function will do only clear operation, it will not enter any new value. Correct, it will not enter any new value. For example, here in the city text box by default we have Bangalore, right? I am going to just clear this value. Correct, I am going to clear this value. So here await same code, I will copy and paste it. After finding the city text box, I will call the clear function. Now let me run this code. Now let me run this. Now in the city text box by default Bangalore value is present, that value will be cleared. So we cleared the value and script got passed here. We cleared the value using clear function. So first we can call the clear function and then clear the value, then we can type the value. So in the text box, if you want to type that new value, we can call the clear function and then clear this value, Bangalore value, clear this value, then we can call the fill function and then we can write it. Or directly you can call the fill function because by default it will clear and then it will type the value. You can use clear and fill, or directly you can use the clear function. But specific situation like you need to clear the some value, you need to click on the submit button, it should throw the error message because that field or mandatory field, then that time you can use clear, then you need to clear and then you need to validate the function. Yes, we can go for clear function. Next one, fourth one, we have a check function. Correct, we have a check function. This check function used to click on the radio button and checkbox. A check function used to check the checkbox or radio button. Check the checkbox or radio button. When we can use check method, supported elements. If the element is created input type equal checkbox, the checkbox element is created input type equal checkbox, then we can use check method to check the checkbox. For radio button, input type equal radio is present, then we can use check function will work. We can use check function to click on the checkbox or radio button. If the element is not created with this tag name and attribute, then we cannot use check function. We have to use click function to click on the checkbox and radio button. For example, here, see here, when you right click on this checkbox, correct, here we have checkbox, right click, inspect element and make sure that the checkbox tag name, input and one of the attribute should be present, type equal checkbox. If it is present, then we can use check method to click on this checkbox. Same for radio button, right click, inspect element, it should have input tag name and type equal radio attribute. If it is present, then we can use check function to check on the radio button. Now we'll write the code for this. I'll create a new spec file 02 hyphen check function dot spec dot ts. I'll copy the test format. I'll paste it here. I remove all. Remove this. I'll mention check function. After open this application, I'm going to click on the female radio button. Correct. After open this application, I'm going to click on the female radio button. Then I'm going to click on the I agree to all the details. Now right click inspect element on the female radio button. Here I can go with XPath with value attribute. I'm going to click on the female radio button with the XPath using value attribute. So here I'll take this value attribute. How do you write it? XPath by attribute // input tag name @ value equal female. One match font. I'll copy this. I'm going to write the Playwright code now. How do you write it? Await page dot locator. Then I'll pass this XPath value. Then this used to locate the female radio button. I'm going to click on the radio button using check function. The next one, I'm going to click on the checkbox. This checkbox, right click on this checkbox, inspect element. I can go with ID. I'll copy this ID value of the checkbox, and here await page dot locator. I'll pass the as for ID, then ID value. Then I'm going to check the checkbox using check function. Now let's run the code. I'll copy the test method title. I'll mention it here. Female radio button is clicked and then checkbox is selected. So here the script got passed. Before you are going to use check method, make sure that you need to check the element. For checkbox, input tag name type equal checkbox, and for radio button, input type equal radio. If this tag and attribute is present, then we can use check function. Else we have to use click function only to click on the custom radio button and checkbox. Next one, fifth one, uncheck. Fifth one, uncheck function. This uncheck function used to uncheck the checkbox. Used to uncheck the checkbox, not radio button. Manually you cannot uncheck the radio button, right? So automatically also you cannot do the radio button to uncheck. Uncheck function we can use for checkbox. If you want to use uncheck, the supported element tag name should be input, and then attribute is a type equal checkbox. Now for example here, after click on the checkbox, wait for 5 seconds, then I am going to uncheck this. Uncheck. After uncheck, then again I'll wait for 5 seconds. The seconds I'm giving so that in the browser what operation it is happening, we can see it. For execution, we don't need to mention it. In the browser, we want to see what operation is happening. For that purpose, I'm giving this to wait statement, because after click on the checkbox, I want to wait for 5 seconds and see whether the checkbox is checked or not. Then after 5 seconds, I am uncheck the checkbox. Then I'm waiting for 5 seconds to see whether the checkbox is unchecked. Let me rerun this test function. Now, you can ask me, click on the checkbox using check function. Again, if you use check function, it will be unselected or not. See here, I'll use the check function again. So first time I'm checking the radio button, female radio button. Then I'm checking the checkbox, waiting for 5 seconds. Then again I'm calling the check function. Alright, again I'm calling the check function. And see here, it won't uncheck the checkbox. It won't uncheck the checkbox. If you want to uncheck the checkbox, we have to use uncheck function. Same check function will check the checkbox. If already checkbox is checked, then it will ignore it. It will not uncheck. Check will do select the checkbox. Uncheck will unselect the checkbox. Next, sixth one, we have input value. Next function is input value function. This input value function used to retrieve the current value from the input field. This one used to get the current value from the text box or multi-line text box. Multi-line text box. Suppose already the value is present on the text box. You need to fetch and then validate. Then we can use input value function. For example, here, whenever we open this application, by default, in the city text box, we have a value. Correct. Whenever we open this application, by default, the city text box is having Bangalore. So I want to fetch this value. Correct. I want to fetch this value. The value is present in the text box. Correct. The value is present in the text box. I want to fetch this value. So to fetch this value, we use which function is input value function. Now we'll see the example code. Now let me create a new spec file under the Playwright Locator function. Input value function dot spec.ts. Now I'll take the sample test method. So here I'm going to paste the test method. I'll remove this code. The test method title is getting text box current value. Now let me open this application. I'm going to open this application, mention it in the page.goto function. This statement will launch the application. After launch the application, I'm going to fetch this city text box value. City text box value, right click, inspect element. On the city text box, here we can go for CSS selector. I'll copy this ID value. Then I'm going to call await page dot locator. I'm going to use id value. I'll use hash, then I'll paste the id value. This used to find the city text box. In that city text box, we have some value, correct? What value is present? Bangalore is present. We have to fetch it. So I'm going to call what is a function is input value function. Input value function. So I'll call this input value function. This will fetch the text box value. Then I'm going to store it in the variable constant city name. Let me print this to console window. Correct. So console dot log, mention the city value is comma city name. Then we can validate the value, correct? How we can validate the value? For example, here I want to use non-retrieval because we have value, so I can go for non-retrieval. How to use expect function? Here I can pass the city name value, then to be my expected value. What value we are expecting? Bangalore. So after this statement, browser will be closed immediately. I want to wait for 5 seconds. Await page dot wait for timeout. Here I'll pass 5000 milliseconds. Here I'll pass the 5000 milliseconds. Now let me run this code. npx playwright test, npx playwright test. Then I'll pass the test method title -g, test method title, then press enter. See here, the city text box is having Bangalore. See here, the city value is Bangalore. Script got passed. So the input value function used to fetch the current value from the text box. I mentioned here is this used to get the current value. Current value means whatever the value is present, whether you enter or default value, you can fetch it using input value. Whatever the value is present in the text box, we got that value. Suppose after fetching here, okay, after validating, I want to change the value in the text box. So how do you change the value? The same city text box, correct? I'll find the city text box. Then I'm going to use fill method. In the fill method, I'll pass the Chennai. So this fill method automatically clear the existing value and then it will type the value. And here we are trying to enter which value is Chennai value. So after enter the Chennai value, I'm trying to call this input value function again. Correct? I'm trying to call the input value function again. This is, I'll mention example here, city value. Just I'm trying to change the different name. Then I'll print this city value. So whatever the current value is present, that will fetch it. So initially, whenever we launch this application, the current value is Bangalore. So the Bangalore will be printed and then validated. After we are trying to enter which value? Chennai value. Then it will fetch the Chennai value and then it will print the Chennai value. Now let me rerun this code. See, now the Chennai value is entered. After enter the Chennai value, we are able to see the Chennai. When after launch the application, whatever the value is present, we fetch that value. After we are typing the value, Then after type the value, whatever the value is present, record it. So I'll mention here note, set a value, we use which function? Fill function. So next one, if you want to read a value, we use which function? Input value function. You are typing the value, so you are setting the value using fill function. Input value function will read value from the text box. Next function, we have get attribute function. Get attribute function. This get attribute function used to get the value of the specific attribute from the element. So this get attribute function used to get the value from the specific attribute. For example, here attribute values, so we can have attribute value, right? For example, here href is attribute, right? And next one src is the attribute, value is a attribute, then type we have seen, right? Type, placeholder, id, class, disabled. So whatever, if you see it in the HTML code after the tag name, before greater than symbol, all are attributes. If you want to get these attributes values, correct, if you want to get these attributes values, we use get attribute function. We use get attribute function. For example, here I am going to open this application. So once you open the application, if you mouse on the what is AA, I'll get some message, right? What is the message? Click to learn about AA. Okay, click to learn about AA. That is a tooltip message. That message is present in the HTML code where in the title attribute. See here, it is present in the title attribute. Click to learn about AA. We have title attribute. Now I want to fetch this tooltip message. Correct. I want to fetch the tooltip message. So how we can write a code? I will create a new spec file. You can copy the spec file. Then you can select this folder and then paste it. It will copy the another spec file. Then you can change the name. Get attribute. Zero 04. Now I'll remove this code. Now we are going to get the this used to get the attribute value. The test method title is get the attribute value. Now I'm going to open this application. So I'll paste it here. After open this application, we are going to find this element. To find this element, I can go for class name. Yes, I can go for class name. I will copy the class name value. How do you locate the element? Await page dot locator. Then class indicates here which symbol? Class indicates dot. Dot, I'll paste the class value. This used to locate the what is the AA link. This used to locate this link. Then in this link, I want to fetch the attribute value. Which attribute value? Title attribute value. Right, I want to fetch the title attribute value. So I'll pass here get attribute function. Here I'll pass the attribute name. So in the get attribute method, if you pass the attribute name, you will get the attribute value. Right, so here this syntax of this function is get attribute. Here we have to pass the attribute name. If we pass the attribute name, it will return the respective attribute value. So here we are calling which one? Title. You will get the title attribute value. I'm going to store it in the variable constant title value. Then console.log tool tip message is comma title value. Then we have value. If value is there, we can go for which assertion? Non-retrieving assertion. So expect of title value dot to be. What is the title we are expecting? Click to learn about AA. Now let me run this code. I'll copy the test method title. npx playwright test -g. I'll paste the title, press enter. Now it will launch the application. It will look for link. What is AA link? Then it will fetch the title of that link. And then we are validating the title. So see here we got tooltip messages. Click to learn about AA. Got it. And the script got passed. So whenever we inspect element, you are able to see some HTML tag name. Correct, some tag name you will see it. I'll put some tag name. Okay, some tag name you are able to see. After you are able to see the attribute name, attribute value. Correct, attribute name equal, you can see the attribute value. Like you will get a number of attribute name, attribute value, like type, whatever you are seeing on the HTML code, like that you will get a number of attributes. In the button, right click inspect element. Here what is attribute? ID is attribute, disable is attribute. ID attribute, disable attribute. So to fetch that ID value and disabled value, we use which function is get attribute function. After greater than symbol, correct, see here in the after greater than symbol and before closing tag, this is called as, commit is called as what? Text content. Correct. So here after the greater than symbol before closing tag, this is the text content. Fetch the text content, we cannot use get attribute method. Get attribute method will fetch only attribute value if you pass the attribute name. So the attribute name and attribute values are present where after the tag name and before greater than symbol. See the greater than symbol before, these are the attribute. Now here ID and disable is the attribute. So we'll start with next function. So next one is text content. Text content. The text content used to get the text of the element. What is the function name? The function name is text content. The text content used to get the text of the element. Where the text of the element will be present, the HTML code, after the opening tag and before closing tag. So I'll show it where the text content is present is in the HTML code after the opening tag before closing tag. For example here I'm going to open this application. I'm going to click on update quantity. If I click on update quantity, you are able to see update successfully. The update successful. Now I want to fetch this text. I want to fetch this text. Right click inspect element. Right click inspect element. This text you can see it after the opening tag and before closing tag. See here, this is the text of the element. You can say text content or text of the element. right? This is the text of the element or text content. If you want to fetch this, we use text content method. I want to get your quantity has been updated to 1. Right click, inspect element. Here you will get this message. So here when you right click inspect element on this element, so this the text of the element which is present after the opening tag and then before closing tag. Right, first here the scenario is I'm going to first click on this button. I'm going to click on this update quantity button. After click on this button, you will get the success value. You will get correct. You will get this text. Now I'm going to print this text. Right, I'm going to print this text on the console window. Now I'll take this URL of the application. Now here I'll create a separate spec file. I'll copy this spec.ts. I'll paste it here. Let me change the name. Text content hyphen function dot spec.ts. We are going to get the text of the element. We are going to fetch the text of the element. This, let me open this application. In the go to function, I'll mention the respective URL. Then let me remove this code. Click on update quantity button, right click inspect element. Which locator we can use here? Yeah, CSS has ID we can use. We can use CSS using update quantity. So I'll copy this. Here await page dot locator. So for the text we use text equal text of the element dot click. We will check whether the button is clicking or not. We'll check whether this button is clicking or not. Let me run this code. We'll copy the spec file name. Here npx playwright test spec file name. Locating the button and then I'm going to click on the button. Yeah, it's clicked. So here after click on update quantity button, correct, we are going to locate this element and then we are going to fetch this text. So right click on this your quantity has been updated to 1, inspect element. Now this HTML code for this element. Now which locator we can go for? ID. I'll use ID here. Await page dot locator. For ID indicates hash then ID value. This used to locate this element. Your quantity has been updated to 1. Now we are going to fetch this value. To fetch this value, we use text content function. Correct. To fetch that value, we use text content function. So text content function used to get the text of the element, and that text of the element we are going to store it in a variable constant. Right, constant. I'll take a variable text value. Then I'm going to print this value console.log text value. After I'm going to wait for 5 seconds, await page dot wait for timeout. I'll give for 5 seconds. Now let me run this code. npx playwright test then spec file name. Yeah, see here it got printed. Your quantity has been updated to 1. Now we can do the validation. I'll copy this text. Right, I'll copy the text. See, we have value, correct? We have value. We have value means we can go for which assertion? Non-retrieving assertion, right? Non-retrieving assertion, you don't need to write await keyword. Directly you can call expect of actual value dot to be you can pass your expected value. This is my expected value. Now let me rerun this. So here script got passed. Text content, how it works? This text content, this text content use when you need all text. When you need all the text is the text may be visible in the UI or hidden. So when you call the text content, you will get visible text as well as hidden text also you will get when you call the text content function. Next to here we have inner text function. We have inner text function. This inner text function, correct, use when you need the visible text. When you need the visible text, not hidden. When you need the visible text only. Next one we have one more method, inner HTML. Correct, we have a inner HTML function. This inner HTML function we use when we need text with HTML code. Now see here, for example here, I'll show the example here. Now see here, this is the text actually, correct? This is the text. In the text, right click inspect element, correct? In the text, right click inspect element. Here you can see the text are splitted into different HTML tag. Here in UI it's showing that it is just a text, correct? Hello, today date is like that. This is a text, but this text are splitted into different HTML code. See here, hello, it's a separate HTML. This is separate HTML code. This is separate HTML, separate HTML, separate HTML code. Now for all this element, which is the common HTML code, this is a common HTML code. Now which locator we can use here? For finding this text, which locator we can use? ID. Yeah, demo. Yeah, demo one we can use. Now we will create a separate spec file. Here get the text of the element from text content inner text inner HTML. I'll remove this code. I'll take this URL of the application. I'll paste it here. Now I'm going to locate this element. I'm going to locate this text, complete text. So for all the text, this is a parent tag. So here it is having ID. I'll take this ID value. So how do you write the code? To locate the text, await page dot locator. Here I'll pass the ID, then I'll paste the ID value. Now we are going to fetch the value function. First I'll call the text content function. Then I'll store it in the variable constant text value. Let me print this console.log text value. Now let me run this code. Text content underscore function 1 dot spec dot ts. See here, we don't have welcome on UI. Have you seen? See here, are you able to see the welcome on UI? Correct. Hello only present. In this page, here we don't have welcome word here. Hello, then today date is present. Here welcome is not present. See here, we got welcome. Because this welcome is hidden in here. So when you right click inspect element, the welcome is hidden. The text content fetching the hidden text also. The welcome is hidden. And it is fetching the hidden element also. So this text content used when you need all the text visible and hidden. So now I am going to comment this. I will copy this. I will paste it. So here I am going to change the method into InnerText. So I am calling which method now? InnerText function. Now let me run this code. So hidden text we didn't get here when you use text content. So when you use text content, we'll get only visible text only. Next one, we have InnerHTML code. InnerHTML code, when you use InnerHTML code, you will get text with HTML code. Correct? You will get all, same here, you will get all text with the HTML code. Hidden and visible both. You will get all text with HTML code. Now see here, let me comment this. Dot InnerHTML. Now I am calling which function? InnerHTML function. Let me run this. Here you got all. You will got all HTML code with the text. The script got passed. So text content method used to get the text of the element. It will get visible and hidden. Inner text will get only visible text. Inner HTML will get all text with HTML structure. All text with HTML structure will get.
In today's section, we are going to discuss the Playwright assertion. It is an important concept in Playwright automation testing. So we are going to discuss what is assertion, auto retrieve assertions, non-retrieve assertions, negative assertions, soft assertions, and odd assertions. Now, what is assertion exactly? Assertions are used to validate the test results, whether the actual output is matched with the expected output, and whether the element is present or not on the web page. Now we'll go to the Playwright official document. We will see the assertion documents. I go to Google and search for the Playwright. We will get the playwright.dev. The playwright.dev is official website, and click on the link. And here you can see the search text box. I'm going to search for the assertion document. Here search with the assertion and click on the assertions. You will get assertion document. And you will get the first assertion introduction. So Playwright includes the test assertion in the form of expert function. So in order to do the assertion in Playwright, we use assertion function from the Playwright test library to perform the assertion. Now just scroll down, we'll see the first type is auto retrieve assertion. Auto retrieve assertions are asynchronization functions. We have to use await keyword for these functions. These functions are used to validate the element. See that whether the checkbox is checked or not, we have it to be checked method. Whether the element is enabled or disabled, we have it is enabled. And whether the element is editable or not. Whether the element is enabled, to be enabled. Whether the element is visible or not. Auto retrieve session used to validate the element and page and response for API testing. Second one is non-retrieve session. These non-retrieve sessions are synchronized method. We don't use await keyword in the session. It used to compare the values directly here. See, the expect of value to be present, expect value should be false, expect value should be less than. Directly we are validating the values here. These assertions lead to the flaky test. Sometimes the script will be passed, sometimes the script will be failed based on the time. And next one we have a negative assertion. And negative assertion can be used to auto retrieve assertion and then non-retrieve assertions. After the expect function, we'll use dot, not, dot, then we'll use the auto retrieve functions or non-retrieve functions. Next one, we have hard assertion and soft assertion. The auto retrieve assertion or non-retrieve assertion, if you write it directly as it is, this is hard assertion. Hard assertion, if assertion statement is failed and remaining statement will not be executed. If same auto retrieve assertion and the non-retrieve assertion, if you use it expect.soft function, that is the soft assertion. In the soft assertion, if assertion statement will be failed and remaining steps will be executed in the same script. Now let's code for this all examples here. Now we go to VS Code and we'll write example for assertion. Now let me create a new spec file for assertion spec.tl. Let me copy the test method format from the previous code. Now I'll give the title of the test method assertion. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to open this application. I'm going to validate this title of the application. First we'll write code to open the application, await page dot go to. After open the application, we are going to validate the title of the application. So what is the title of the application? Go to the application. Here you can see is mobile recharge. It will be present in the title tag. So right click on the web page, inspect element. Here under the HTML you can see the head, then you can see the title tag. This is the title of the application. Now I'll go to the VS Code. I'm going to assert the title of the application. How do you assert the title of the application? We use the expect function in the Playwright. So how do you use the expect function? Await expect, then here title is present on the page, so I'll pass the page, then dot to have title. Then you can mention your expected title. So this is the assertion statement. This statement will validate whether the mobile recharge title is present in the page. If it is present, the script will be passed. If it is not present, the script will be failed here. So this assertion is a auto retrieve assertion. Okay, this assertion is a auto retrieve assertion. That's why we have written the await keyword. Let me run the code. So we'll check whether the assertion is getting passed or not. I'll go to terminal, npx playwright test, then spec file name, assertion dot spec.ts. See, as the script got passed. Now the same title I want to validate using non-retrieve assertion. Yes, you can convert this one into non-retrieve assertion. Non-retrieve assertion will validate the values. Before you are going to validate, you need to fetch the title of the application. Here I'll comment this statement. How to get the title of the application? Await page dot title method. This will fetch the title of the application. I'll store it in the variable let. This will fetch the title of the application. It will be stored in the title value variable. We can validate the values using non-retrieve assertion. For non-retrieve assertion, you don't need to write a await keyword. Directly you can write expect. So expect, you can pass your actual value. At the runtime, this will fetch the actual title value. I'll write it that variable dot to be. So in the to be, we can mention what is your expected value. So here we are expecting mobile recharge. So this statement is a non-retrieve assertion. We are fetching the value. This non-retrieve assertion, directly we are validating the values. Let me run the code. So the script got passed. So, but always we prefer which statement is auto retrieve assertion statement, because non-retrieve assertion sometime it lead to flaky test. The next one is negative assertion. For negative assertion, very simple. After the expect function, we can put dot, not dot. So this will do the negative assertion. So expected value not to be this value. For example, here the title value is mobile recharge. It's not to be Airtel. Now this time the script will be passed. The script got passed. As I said earlier, the negative assertion can be applied for the non-retrieve assertion and then auto-retrieve assertion. Here also you can apply it. After the expect of, we can write dot, not dot, like that you can write it. This is a negative assertion. Next we'll see example for hard assertion and soft assertion. For example, here I'll remove this. I'll remove here. I'll keep this one, correct. Now here it will open the application. Now this assertion statement will be passed. After this statement, I'll write console.log script in. Now it will open the application, it will do the assertion, and then the assertion will be passed and this statement will be executed. Now let me run it. test script got passed and script ends. The assertion got passed. That means the assertion is passed. Now I'll make this assertion as a failed. Okay, for example, here I'll make this assertion as a failed. So example here I'll give only mobile. Now this assertion will be failed, right? Because the page title and this title is not equal, this assertion will be failed. Now the assertion will be failed. These steps will not be executed. Right? These steps will not be executed because this assertion is called as hard assertion. Now we'll run the script. So here assertion will be failed and remaining steps will be skipped in the test method. The script got failed because the expected and received values are not equal. So that remaining statement is not executed because this is the hard assertion. Suppose if the assertion statement is getting failed, I want to execute the remaining statement. Then we can go for the soft assertion. So here, how you write the soft assertion? Expect dot, you can put soft. Now this is a soft assertion. Now this time the assertion will be failed and remaining steps will be executed. Here script got failed to do the assertion, but the remaining statement got executed here. As I said earlier, hard assertion and soft assertion, you can apply it for all auto retrieve assertion and non-retrieve assertion. Thanks for watching. We'll see it in the next video. In today's section, we are going to learn how to validate the error message using Playwright Automation. For this example here, I'm going to take this application. Here, without enter this bus detail, I'm going to click on the search buses. When you do this, we will get error message saying that please fill all required fields. So our goal is to fetch this error message from the application and validate using the Playwright assertion. Now let's start writing the automation script. First, I'm going to create a new spec file under the test folder. So select the test folder. I'll create a new spec file. The spec file name I'm going to give error validation.spec.ts. Error validation.spec.ts. So here inside, I'll develop the test method, test title validating error message. Then async of page picture. Then I'll write the error function. Next, import the test method from the Playwright. In the script first step, we will launch the application, await page dot go to method. Let me copy the URL of the application. I'll paste it here. This statement will open the application. After open the application, I'm not going to fill the bus detail. Directly, I'm going to click on the search buses button. Right click, inspect element on search buses. So you will get the HTML code for search buses. I'll take the text of the button. Here in the code, we are going to find the search buses button and then click on the button. Await page dot get by text. I'll paste the button text search buses. Dot, I will call the click function. After click on the search buses, we'll get the error message on the screen. So now we have to capture that error message. Here on the error message, right click, inspect element. So this HTML code for error message. Here in the HTML code, I will take ID value, copy this ID value. Here I'm going to find the error message, await page.locator. In the locator, I'll pass the as indicates the ID, then ID value. Dot, we are going to fetch that error message. To fetch the error message, we use TextContent method. So the TextContent method will fetch the text of the element. The TextContent method will fetch the text of the element. Where the text of the element will be present, the text of the element will be present after the opening tag before closing tag in the HTML code. Now go to the HTML code. Here you can see the error message. See, the error message is present after this opening tag and before closing tag. In between, the error message is present. So if you want to get the text of the element, we use TextContent method in the Playwright. Now here I'll store it in a variable constant error message. Now let me print this error message, console.log error message. Now when we run this script, the error message will be printed on the terminal. Now let me run the code. So we are going to run which spec file is error validation.spec.ts. How to run it? npx playwright test error validation.spec.ts. Now it is throwing error that we have a two search buses element is present. Now we have to click on the first one, right? We have to click on the first one, right? So here, so in the code, before I am going to click on the search buses, I'll call first function dot click. So it will click on the first element. Let me rerun it. Now it is executed. So once you open the application, it will click on the search buses and then we got the error message and printed immediately it is closed. After print the error message, immediately it is closed, right? I want to wait for some time, then I want to close the browser. Await page dot wait for timeout. I'll give 5000. It will wait for 5 seconds. Let me rerun it. Say it's clicked on search buses, error message is getting in the application, same error message is printed on the terminal. So in the terminal, you can see the error message is printed. Now we have to validate the error message using assertion. How to validate the error message using assertion? We have to use expect of. So actual error message is stored in this variable. We'll pass it inside the expect method dot to be. So what is your expected error message? We have to write it here. This is our expected error message, right? So I'll copy this. I'll paste it here. Here only we are validating the error message. So here validating the error message. Now let me rerun. Now we have successfully captured and validated the error message. In today's section, we are going to learn how to clear the existing value in a text box using Playwright Automation. Let's take an example. When we open this application, the city text box already as a default value is a Chennai. Now our task is to clear this value and then enter the new value, for example, Mumbai. Let's see how to automate this step by step in Playwright. Now let me open this VS Code. Let me create a new spec file. So select test folder, click on new file. For example, the spec file name is clear value.spec.ts. Now let me write the test method. Test of title is clear the existing value and enter new value. Then comma async of page fixture, then arrow function. Let me import the test method from the Playwright. First step, let me open the application, await page dot go to. Let me take the URL of the application, copy this, I'll paste it here. Then we are going to clear the city text box value. So we need to find the locator of city text box. In this application, right click on the city text box, inspect element. This is HTML code for city text box. I'll take the placeholder value. I'll copy the placeholder value. I'll go to VS Code. I'll write the code to find the city text box. Await page dot get by placeholder. I'll paste this city text box placeholder value. Then dot clear method. We are going to clear the value present in the text box. After cleared the value, let me wait for 5 seconds. Await page dot wait for timeout. Wait for timeout. I'll pass 5000. So it will wait for 5 seconds. Now we'll run the code. I'll go to terminal. I'll type npx playwright test spec file name clear value dot spec.ts. See, the value got cleared. After clear the value, I'm going to enter the new value in the same text box. So I'll take the same code dot fill method. So in the fill method, I'm going to type the Mumbai value. So this statement will clear the existing value present in the text box. What is the value is Chennai value. It will be removed. Then after we are typing the Mumbai value. Let me rerun it. Here the clear method used to clear the existing value present in the text box, and the fill method used to type the new value. So in this code here in this code we are searching for the city text box twice, because one time for clear and again for fill. We can optimize this by locating the element once and storing it in a variable. Now for example here, let me comment it. Now this is a code to find the city text box. I'll take this code. I'll store it in a variable constant city text box. This code used to find the city text box element. That element will be stored in this variable. Here we are finding only element, right? using locator. For locator, you don't need to use await. I'll remove this. Now first we are going to clear the value, then we are going to enter the value. For clear the value, await, then city text box element dot clear method. Then we are going to enter the value, await, same city text box element dot fill method. Then I'll enter the Mumbai. For this approach, you don't need to find the same element and again and again. Now let me run the code. Now the Chennai will be removed and Mumbai will be typed. Now we can clear the text box value without clear method. Just call the fill method without passing any value. Now just I'll comment this. I will type here await city text box dot fill method without passing any value. Now let me run it. It's got cleared and entered the Mumbai value. So even without clear method, the text box gets cleared using fill method. In order to clear the existing value present in the text box, we can use clear method or we can use fill method without passing any value. In today's section, we are going to learn a very important and very practical concept in Playwright automation. How to fetch a value from an input text box and validate the value using Playwright Assertion. Before we jump into the coding, let us first understand the scenario clearly. Whenever we open this application, we have a product name text box. So by default, the product name text box loaded with Bluetooth speaker value. What is our goal is to write a Playwright automation script is fetch the value that present inside the text box and validate whether the product name is matching with the expected value and validate whether this product name is matched with the expected value. Why the text box validation is very important? Many real-time applications use the auto-filled value such as customers saved information and delivery information, product details populated from the database, recent search items and saved payment informations that will be present in the text box. We have to fetch the value from the text box and validate the information. Now let us do the coding. I'll open the VS Code. Under the testers folder, I'll give the spec file name input validation dot spec dot ts. Let me write the test function test. The title I'm going to give validating input value from text box, comma async of page fixture, then arrow function. I will import the test method from Playwright library. Now let me open the application, await page dot go to method. I'll mention the URL of the application. I'll copy this URL. I'll paste it here. This statement used to open the application. After open the application, we are going to find the product name text box. Right click, inspect element. In this the code for product name text box. I'll take the ID value product name. Here I'll write await page dot locator method. Here I'll pass the ID. The ID indicates as symbol, then ID value. Dot, this statement used to locate the product name text box. We are going to fetch the product name from the text box. So I will call input value method. Input value method used to fetch value from the text box. The text box is created. What is the tag name? Input tag name. So not only input tag name, it will fetch the value from text area and then select tag. I am going to store this input value into the variable constant product name. Now let me print the product name console.log product name. Now let me run the code here. In this scenario, we are opening the application. We are fetching the product name. We are storing it in a product name variable and we are printing the product name. Let me run the code. Npx playwright test, then a spec file name input validation dot spec dot ts. So this product name will be printed on the terminal. So this product name will be printed on the terminal. Now how we do assertion? Expect of product name dot to be then my expected value. This statement used to open the application. This statement used to fetch the value from the text box and we are storing it in a product name variable and then we are printing the product name and here we are validating the product name using Playwright assertion. Now let me rerun the code. So in the text box we have Bluetooth speaker value. So it is printed and then assertion is validated so that the script got passed. Today we are going to discuss Playwright execution CLI commands. CLI means command line interface. We have different types of CLI commands. We will see all one by one. First one is run all the test and this is the command npx playwright text. This command used to run all the test methods which is present in all the spec file. Now we go to the VS Code and we will work on this command. See, I have the project called application. Under I have test folders. Inside the test folders, I have two folders. One is test1 folders, test2 folders. I'll expand the test1 folder and I have two spec file, example1.spec file. Here inside I have two test method and example2.spec file I have one test method. So totally three test method is present in the test1 folders. Next I will expand the test2 folders and inside we have example3.spec.ts file and inside we have one test method. So all together we have four test method. And now I am going to use this command npx playwright test to run all these test methods. We have four test methods. So now we are going to run all these test methods using npx playwright test. I am going to open the terminal to run the command. So go to terminal, open new terminal. The terminal will consider up to the project folder directory. Here I am going to type npx playwright test, npx playwright test. See, this command got executed all the test method. Next, second command is run specific test file. These are the commands for running the specific test file. Now we will apply this command and run the specific test file. In the project, I have three spec file. Now I want to run the specific spec files. For example, here I want to run test1 folder spec files. Test1 folder is present under the test directories.
So here I will call the command npx playwright test. The directory name is testers slash test1 slash star. The star indicates all the spec files under the test1 folder. Now I'll run it. It will execute example1.spec file and example2.spec file. Totally we have a 3 test method and 3 test method will be executed. So example1.spec file 2 test method got executed and then example2.spec file 1 test method got executed. Now I want to execute a single spec file. So single spec file npx playwright test. You can give start from root directory or directly you can give the spec file name. For example, here testers, you can give testers slash test1 slash and example 1.spec.ts, or directly you can give the spec file name after the test. So here example 1.spec.ts and press enter. Only example1.spec file ts file will be executed, which contain 2 test method. So 2 test method will be executed. Now third command, run the specific test case by title. The command is npx playwright test -g, then the test case name we can give. For example, here I want to run this test method using test case name. So test case name means the test method title name. So you can copy the test method title name and then you can type the command npx playwright test -g, then you can give the test method title. The test method title should be present within the single quotes or double quotes. Now I'll press enter. The respective test method will be executed. The same title test method is present in any other spec file, that method also will be executed. Fourth command, run the test in the headed mode. Playwright by default it will execute on the headless mode. So visually the browser will not be open. The first time when you install the Playwright and run the script, it will run on the headless mode. If you want to run the headed mode, in the playwright.config file ts, mention the headless false. So now it will run the headed mode. Headed mode means physically the browser will open and execute the script. Headless means internally the script will be executed. Visually we cannot see the browser. Headless false we can write it, or if you don't write it the playwright.config file here, then in the execution command we can mention npx playwright test. For example, here I want to run example1.spec file, example1.spec.ts file. Now this will be executed in headless mode. Internally the script will be executed, visually the browser will not open. So now visually I want to open the browser. In the playwright.config.ts file we have to mention a headless false, or in the execution command if -headed. Now the browser will open visually and the script will be executed. Next command is run the test in the debug mode. Now we are going to run the script in the debug mode. For that command is npx playwright test -debug. So I'll go to VS Code. Now here if you use npx playwright test -debug mode, which will run all the spec file in the debug mode. Now I don't want to run all the spec file in the debug mode. I want to run particular test method in the debug mode. For example, here I want to run this second test method in the debug mode. I can copy the title of the test method Then we can use the command npx playwright test -g. Then we can paste the title of the test method, then -debug. Now we are going to debug only this test method. So I'll press the enter. So it will launch the browser, and a respective spec file you can see it, example 1.spec.ts, and here we are going to execute this second method. Now currently the control is in the first statement. Now you can do the resume or step over. So I am going to use step over. So the first step is executed, the application got launched. If I click on the step over, the current steps will be executed. If I click on the resume, the debug mode will be stopped and the remaining steps will be executed. Now I am going to click on the resume, the debug mode will be stopped and the remaining steps got executed. And you see here it is passed. Next comment is we are going to run the test method for specific browser. We can use for Chromium, Firefox, WebKit. I go to the VS Code, go to playwright.config file, and now I have enabled only Chromium. Now you want to execute other browsers, you have to enable other two. From this out of 3, for example here I want to execute example 1.spec file using Firefox. npx playwright test, and this all spec file will be executed in all the browsers. For example here I want to execute only Firefox browser. So here you can mention -project equal then respective browser name Firefox. Now all the test method will be executed using Firefox browser. Same, if you want to run it on the Chromium, you can use -Chromium, and if you want to run it on the WebKit, -WebKit. If you don't want to mention it in the command for particular browser, then you have to enable the particular browsers only. In the playwright.config.ts file, you have to enable the particular browser. Next one, we are going to enable the trace view for capturing the test execution data. And next comment is we are going to open the HTML report. For that npx playwright and show report. We will see the trace view, then we will open the HTML report. So here I am going to enable the trace view by using -trace equal on. Now trace view is enabled for all the test method. So where we can check it? So in the report we can check it using npx playwright and show report, enter. You can see here trace view. Actually this trace view used to record a trace for every test. This helps debugging by capturing the detailed test execution data. We clicked on the first test method trace, and we can see here all calls, logs, error, console, networks and source code. You can see here every 2 seconds you can see the screenshots. Here you can see all action steps you can see here. These are the playwright execution CLI command. So we will see the next topic in the next section. Today we are going to learn how to handle the drop down using playwright automation. Generally the drop down contain a list of items from which user can select one or more options. For example, here I am going to take Amazon.com. In this Amazon.com, so we have a drop down called all departments drop down. So this is the drop down another name list box. So this drop down is having group of options, so user can select any one of the options here. Now we are going to automate this drop down. For that I am going to copy this URL page.go to. Launch this statement will launch the application. After launching the application, we have to identify the drop down. For that we need to identify the locator. right click on this drop down, inspect element. The drop down is created, which tag is mostly generally the drop down is created using select tag name. When we expand the select tag, you can see all the options, all options present in the option tab. So first, now we are going to take the locator to identify the drop down. So I'll take it here, get by title. So I'll take the title value. We can use any one of the locators. I'm using title, page dot get by title. Get by title is used to find the all departments drop down in the amazon.com. Then I'm going to store it in a variable constant drop down list. So using this drop down list variable, I'm going to call select options method. Select options method used to select the options from the drop down. We can select the drop down option in three ways. So first one using index, second one using values, third one using label. These are the three ways to select the options from the drop down. First one we'll see index, how to use index in the select option method. Index value starts from 0. Index value starts from 0. Now here I'll go to the drop down, and so first option index value starts from 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Example, I want to select book. So what is index value? 5. So here this index, whenever you are going to use index should be used as a property. Property should be present within the open curly brace and close curly brace. We use index colon 5. So this will select the books option in the all departments drop down. Correct. So after selecting the options, immediately the browser will be closed. If you want to see the option is selected, then we can write page dot wait for. I'll give wait for 5 seconds. Wait for 5 seconds. Now I'll run this. So it will launch the browser and open the amazon.com, and here books option will be selected. So we selected the book option in the drop down using index. So index should be passed as a property. Next one, will select the list box option using value. So I'll comment this select options of index. Now I'll call await drop down list dot select option. So as a property example here, you can write like this: open curly brace, close curly brace. You can write value colon, then so value colon, then we have to pass the every options will have the value will be that value you can pass it. Example here, book, this is the value is present. So I'll copy this value and write it here. So now here the select options, we are in the value we are passing as a property, or another way directly we can pass it. Without property also we can pass directly await drop down list dot select option, directly we can pass. So launch the amazon.com. Now books is selected using value. Next one, we'll select the options list box option using label. Label, how do you select it? Await drop down list dot select option. Same here, we can pass as a property label. So whenever we use label, we have to pass the name of the option. In the drop down, which option you want to select it, that name option we can pass it. So name of the option example here directly book, so we can pass book. So it will launch the browser and open the amazon.com, and here the books will be selected. The book is selected using label. So directly, whenever we use name of the option, we can give it a label property, or directly we can pass it await drop down list dot select option. Here we can pass directly the name of the option. So by only index we have to pass as a property, and value and label we can pass as a property, or directly we can pass it. I'll run it npx playwright test. It is launching the amazon.com and it will select the books.
Hello everyone, welcome to Sendel Smart QA Hub. In today's section, we are going to see mouse move on the element using Playwright. For example, here we can take this application and we can mouse move on the courses menu. Once mouse move on the courses menu, under that we can see these three options: Playwright, JavaScript, TypeScript. For example, here I want to click on the Playwright. If you want to click on the Playwright, first we have to mouse move on the courses menu. So we will write a code for to open the application, mouse move on the course menu and then click on the Playwright. So now here I'll open the VS Code. I'll give the title mouse move. First let me open the application. Await page dot go to method. This statement used to open the application. Next one, we have to mouse move on the courses. So we have to find the courses element. So I'll open the application. We are going to find the courses element, right click, inspect element. So we can use which locator for courses? We can use here text. I'll copy the courses text. Now we'll write code to find the courses. Await page dot get by text method. I'll paste text. This statement will find the courses. We are going to mouse move on the courses element. To mouse move on the courses element in Playwright, we have a over method. Dot over method. So this statement will find the courses element. Dot over method will mouse move on the courses. Right. So here this statement find the courses element and mouse move on it. After mouse move on it, we can see the three options. What are the options? Playwright, JavaScript and TypeScript. For example, here I want to click on the Playwright. Right click, inspect element. To click on the Playwright, I'll take this ID value. So now we have to find the Playwright element, page dot locator. Hash indicate the ID value, and I'll paste the ID value. This statement will find the Playwright option. Then I'll click on the Playwright. So this statement used to find the Playwright option under courses menu and click on it. After click on it, immediately the browser will be closed. I want to wait for some time and then close the browser. So page dot timeout. I'll give for 5 seconds. Now let me run this code. Npx Playwright text. Execution is started now. It is opening the application. Once application is loaded, it will mouse move on the courses menu. Then it will click on the Playwright option under the courses menu. So it's clicked. We got the Playwright control form. And script got passed here. In today's section, we are going to learn about double click and right click action in Playwright. Let's start with the double click action. In Playwright, to double click on the action, we have to use DBL click method. Let's go for coding. For example, here I am going to open this application. Here we can see open course videos button. We are going to double click on this button. It will open the respective page. For this scenario, now we'll write the code for this. Now we'll start the coding for double click. Title I'll give double click. Now we'll open the application. Await page dot go to method. I'll give the URL of the application. So this statement will open the application. After open the application, we are going to double click on the button. Which button is open course videos button. Now right click on this button, inspect element. We'll find the locator for this button. Now here this button, we have text of this button. I'll copy the text of the button here. Now we'll find the open course videos button. Await page dot get by text here. So I'll give the text, then dot dbl click method. Page dot get text will find the open course videos button, then dbl click method used to double click on the button. Now let's run the code. Npx playwright test. It will open the application. It will double click on the open course videos button. See, the button is clicked and script got passed. After double click, the execution is over. Immediately it is closing the browsers. After double click, you want to wait for some time, then close the browsers. Then we can write the explicit wait statement called page dot timeout. So here it will take milliseconds. I'll give 5000. Now it will open the application, double click on the open course videos, then it will wait for 5 seconds, then browser will be closed. So in Selenium, if you want to double click, we use a double click method. But in the Playwright, simply we call dbl click method. Now let's move on the right click. Now I'll take another test method. Here, right click. For example, here I'm going to open this application. I'm going to right click on this doctor appointment form. Let's code for this. First we'll open the application, await page dot go to, then I'll give the URL here. Then next I'm going to right click on the element. So this element, doctor appointment form. Now we have to find the element. Right click, inspect element. So here this link, I'll take text of this element. Await page dot, for text we use get by text method. I'll give the text. This statement used to find the doctor appointment form. Then after that we are going to right click. So right click we have to use click method only. In the click method we have to pass the button property. Click method will click on the left click by default. For example, I'll take the mouse picture. In the mouse picture, this is a left button, this is a right button. So here click method by default it will click on the left button. If you want to click on the right click, we have to use the right button property. Here, so the dot click method will click on the left click. To right click on the mouse button, we have to use button property. Button colon right. This will click on the right click. After right click, just I'll wait for 5 seconds. Now I'm going to run this code. Now in this spec file we have two scripts are present. Now I want to execute the second script. So we'll go with the title. How we go with the title? Npx playwright test -g then title of the text method. Then it will execute the respective test method. So it will right click on the doctor appointment form. See, it's got right clicked. And script got passed here. So to summarize, for double click, we use dbl click. For right click, we use click method. In the parameter, we pass button colon right property. Thank you.
Next topic, we are going to see the scroll down operation. Scroll down operation. Now let me create a spec file. Scroll down operation.spec.ts. I'll take the format of the test method. I'll paste it here. I'll remove this. Remove the URL of the application. Remove the title. We are going to do the scroll down operation. Here we are going to do scroll down operation. Let me take this URL of the application. I'll copy this. I'll paste it here. After open the application, I'm going to scroll down the application. So where you want to scroll down? So here after open this application, here I'm going to scroll down the page. Example, here I want to scroll down to this submit order. Okay, I want to from here to I want to scroll down to submit order. So we need to find the locator on which element you are going to scroll down. Correct. I'm going to scroll down to submit order. Right click inspect element. Here I can use the XPath for this. We can write the text function, right? // star text function equal text of the element. This is the XPath. Which type this one? XPath by text function. Here I am going to locate the element, await page dot locator. I'll paste the locator value. I'll pass the XPath. This is used to find the submit order button. Correct. This is used to find the submit order button. So this button, I'm going to store it in a variable. Await is not required for locator. Then I'll store it in the variable. This is submit order button. After open this application, we are finding the button. Now we need to scroll down to submit button. So here submit order button dot scroll into view if needed. If we call this function will do the scroll down. What's the method name? Scroll into view if needed. So this will scroll down to the element. Now we'll check this. I'll copy the spec file name. npx I'll paste this spec file name and run it. See here, after open the application, it will scroll down to submit order button. So here the script got passed. So what we have written, first to open the application, this we are finding the button where we need to scroll down, and then we are storing it in the variable. Using that variable, we are calling scroll into view. This will scroll down to the specific element. So today we are going to learn the JavaScript dialog pop-ups. Alright, so let me create a folder. JavaScript dialog pop-ups. JavaScript dialog pop-ups. So inside this folder, let me create a notes file, notes.md. So the topic is handling JavaScript dialog pop-ups. So JavaScript dialogs pop-up is having three types. So we have three types of JavaScript pop-ups. Three types. So what are the type is? First one, alert pop-up. Alert pop-up. Second one, confirmation pop-up. Third one, prompt pop-up. Correct. These are the JavaScript pop-ups. So what are the three types of JavaScript pop-ups? Alert pop-up, confirmation pop-up, prompt pop-up. these pop-ups are created using JavaScript language. This dialog pop-ups are created using JavaScript. Correct. Now we'll see one by one how to handle alert pop-up, confirmation pop-up, prompt pop-up. So for example here, I'll take this application. In this application, if you click on proceed to payment, right? If you click on this, we'll get the pop-up. Right? We'll get the pop-up. This pop-up is called as alert pop-up. Right? This pop-up is called as alert pop-up. This alert pop-up will have the alert message and then OK button. So here this alert pop-up generally will have the alert message and OK button. For example here, confirmation pop-up, click on this add to cart. Here if you click on this cancel, so this is called as confirmation pop-up. So in the confirmation pop-up, we'll have the alert message and OK button, cancel button. So here we'll have alert message and OK and cancel button. Next one, prompt pop-up. So here we'll have figure here alert message and user input, OK and cancel button. So here we'll have alert message, user input, comma, OK and cancel button. OK and cancel button. Correct. In the Playwright automation, in order to handle this pop-ups, so we have two approaches. Correct. So here to handle this JavaScript dialog pop-ups, we have two approaches. First one, we can use page.on method. So here you can pass the dialog event. Page.on function is a event listener. The event listener. This is the first one. Correct. To handle these three types of pop-ups, correct, we can use page.on function and then we can use dialog event. So this is the event listener. So using this one, we can handle the pop-up. And second one, we can use page dot wait for event function. Page dot wait for event function. In the function, we have to pass dialog object. Wait for event is a promise based method. It is a promise based method. So now here, so in order to handle these pop-ups, alert pop-up, confirmation pop-up, prompt pop-up, we can use two functions. What are the function? Page.on function and second one is page.wait for event. Now we'll see first one alert pop-up, how to handle using page.on function. Now let me create a spec file for handling alert pop-up. Alert pop-up dot spec.ts, and here I'll take the test method format. Remove this. So we are going to see the handling alert pop-up, handling alert pop-up. So let me take this application URL. After open the application, see, I'm going to click on the proceed to payment. Once click on the proceed to payment, we'll get the alert pop-up. Correct, we'll get the alert pop-up. So now I am going to find this proceed to payment. Right click, inspect element on the proceed to payment. I'll take this text value. Here I'll write it await page dot get by text function then I'll paste the text of the element. This used to find the proceed to payment button. After I'm going to click on this button. I'm going to click on this button. Once click on this button, we'll get the alert pop-up. Correct? We'll get the alert pop-up. Now we'll check. First, we'll run this code and check whether we are getting the alert pop-up or not. Let me run this code. I'll copy the spec file name npx playwright test then spec file name. So it will open the application. It will click on the proceed to payment. Here, after click on the proceed to payment, we are not getting the pop-up. So Playwright automatically dismiss the pop-ups. Which pop-up? This dialog pop-ups. So Playwright automatically by default dismiss the JavaScript dialog pop-ups. So here Playwright automatically dismiss the JavaScript dialog pop-ups. So how it is doing? For alert pop-up, by default it will be closed. The alert pop-up automatically it will closed. If you don't handle it, it will by default it will close it. And confirmation pop-up, if you don't handle it, it will click on the cancel button. And third one, for prompt pop-up, same, it will click on the cancel button. Correct? This is how by default it will work. So if you don't handle it, this pop-up automatically it will be closed. So this pop-up automatically it will be closed. It will not click on the OK button, but it will be closed. Like same here, this, but this is prompt to pop-up, right? Prompt to pop-up until it will click on the cancel button. Confirmation pop-up also it will click on the cancel button. So by default Playwright will dismiss the JavaScript dialog pop-ups. For alert pop-up, the pop-up will be closed by default. If you don't handle it, confirmation, it will click on the cancel button. Prompt to pop-up also it will click on the cancel button. Playwright automatically handles the pop-up by clicking on the cancel button. So if you click on the cancel button or if you close the pop-up, correct? If you close the pop-up, if you click on the cancel button, we cannot validate the message or read the prompt input. If you want to click on the accept it, that you cannot do it. So always what we have to do is explicitly the pop-up has to be handled. Correct? So always we have to handle the pop-up explicitly. How we have to handle the pop-up explicitly? By using these two methods, page.on and then wait for event. First we'll see how to handle the pop-up using page.on. When the pop-up is appear, when you click on the proceed to payment, correct? If you click on the proceed to payment, you are getting the pop-up. So before click on the proceed to payment, we have to call this page.on method. Correct? We have to call the page.on method. So in this AND method, here first argument is taking what type of argument? Event argument. The first argument it is taking which type of argument? Event argument. Correct? So here you have to pass the single quotes. Here we have so many events here. Correct? So many events. Dialog is one of the event. Download, for download pop-up. For file upload, we have file chooser are there. So here I'm going to use which one is dialog event. Dialog event is nothing but JavaScript dialog pop-ups only, dialog event. So this page.on is a listener. You are trying to click on the proceed to payment. Before click on the proceed to payment, you are writing the code to handle the alert pop-up. So what you have written as of now, page.on method. In the on method, you are passing the dialog. So what this page.on will do? So this page.on is it's a listener. So it will internally it will keep on listen any dialog pop-up is appear or not. So once dialog pop-up is appear, then this will trigger. Then here put comma. This page.on method will take two arguments. First argument you have to pass dialog. Right? After here we have to pass call async, then pass the variable dialog variable. So you can pass any variable, just I will pass example pop-up, any name you can pass it here. As usual, how the test method you have written, right? You have to use arrow function. Inside it is taking arrow function, open curly brace, close curly brace. Open curly brace, close curly brace. See here, this variable is a dialog object variable only. Take what are the variable name you will mention, it will take as a dialog object variable. Now using this variable, we can handle the dialog pop-up. For example, here I am going to print here console.log. I am going to mention here JavaScript dialog message, then comma. I'll call this variable. Then I can call this methods. See, you are using this object variable, pop-up object variable. If you put pop-up dot, here you can see the dialog methods. What are the methods are there? Accept method, default value method, dismiss method, message method, and then type method. So these are the functions are present in the dialog object. So in the dialog object is having what are the function? Accept, default value, dismiss, message, type. Now here the dialog, we have a dialog methods. So what are the methods? First one, accept function. This accept function used to click on OK button. So we have a accept function. Second one, we have dialog dot dismiss method. So this dismiss used to click on cancel button. Next one, we have dialog dot message function. This used to get the dialog message. Next one, we have what is the method? Dialog dot type function. This used to get the dialog type, whether it is alert, confirm, dialog, whether it is alert pop-up or confirm pop-up or prompt pop-up. It will give this type. Next one, dialog dot default value. Dialog dot default value. This used to get the default text in the prompt pop-up. Default text present in the prompt pop-up. Correct. These are the dialog methods. What are the dialog methods? Accept, dismiss, message, type, default values. So here I am going to call first one. I want to fetch the alert message. So I'll call message function. Next one, console.log. Here I want to know which type of alert. Correct. So here dialog type. So I want to know the dialog type. So here how do you call? Popup dot type. We'll call the type function. Then after that I want to click on the OK button. So if you want to click on the OK button, popup dot what is the method? Accept method. Accept method used to click on the OK button. This accept I want to click on after 5 seconds. This accept I want to click on the after 5 seconds. So how it works here, a page.on function. Correct. In the page.on function, this page.on, we are passing what event? Dialog event. So internally it is keep on waiting. We are trying to click on the proceed to payment. Once you click on the proceed to payment, if you get JavaScript pop-up, then immediately this page.on only will be triggered. Correct. If you click on the proceed to payment, after that you are getting the JavaScript pop-up, then this dialog pop-up internally will create an object, and that object will be stored in this variable. After that only you are calling the popup.message, you will get the JavaScript alert message, and then popup.type, you are getting the which type of JavaScript alert. Then wait for 5 seconds, then it will click on the OK button. Now first let me run it. It will wait for 5 seconds, then it will click on the OK button. And here in this output window, see here, we got that alert message. What are the alert message? We got it, and we'll got to know. So the JavaScript type, which type of one? This is alert popup. So what are the code we have written? This one we are handling the popup using page.on event listener. Next one, the same popup we can handle using page.wait for event. Now let me create a new spec file 02 hyphen. We'll see alert popup dot spec dot ts. I'll take this code, then I'll paste it here. So here I'll remove the page.on. Remove the page.on. Correct. This statement will open this application. And after open the application, we are trying to click on which button? The proceed to payment button. So here we are trying to click on the proceed to payment. So once click on the proceed to payment, right? Click on the proceed to payment, we'll get the alert pop-up, right? So in this pop-up, we are going to handle this pop-up, correct? So after click on this proceed to payment, correct? After click on the proceed to payment, remove the await statement. Whenever we call the locators method, we'll write the await. But here this is the alert. If you remove the await statement, and this statement will be the synchronized statement, so this will execute parallelly. So once immediately it will click on the proceed to payment, the alert will be triggered, right? So here I'm going to write it page dot wait for event. Then I'm going to mention that dialog event. This action and this action most will execute parallelly. If you don't write await, the statement will not be executed sequentially, and parallelly it will be executed. Now immediately it will click on alert. At the same time it will wait for the dialog event. This statement you can write it before, or here also you can write it. Correct. Now here this two statement will be executed at same time. Dialog will appear. So this statement already it is waiting for the dialog event. Then make sure that dialog event is appear or not. You are checking it. So using the await, make sure that the dialog event is appear or not. Yes, it is appeared. Correct. The dialog object you can store it in a variable. So using constant, then I'll mention here any name. So I'll mention the alert, for example here. Then after that, I'm going to fetch the alert message. So you can write it console dot log. Then I'll call dialog message, comma alert dot. What is the method to get the alert message? Alert dot message method. Next one, console dot. Then so I want to get the dialog type. So here I'll mention dialog type, comma. Here I'll mention alert dot type, type function. This will come to know which type of alert. Now next one, then I'm going to call alert dot, then accept function. This accept method will click on the OK button. So await alert dot accept will click on the OK button. Generally wait for means it has to wait for the element to be triggered. Already triggered means this statement will not work. Now see here, the statement got executed, and then we got the alert message. This is the alert message. Then after this is the type of alert, and this accept is clicked on the OK button. Now what is the now difference between page.on and this wait for event? Wait for event for the specific element, correct? Specific element. But this one will work for throughout the program. And if you write page.on before all the statement, whenever the dialog pop-up is triggered, whatever the event you mention the page.on, the respective event is triggered, the page.on will be executed. Now we'll write the multiple alerts. Okay, we'll write for multiple alerts. Now the example here, we'll see the prompt pop-up. If I click on the apply coupon, what I'm getting the prompt pop-up, right? I'll enter the text value here. Okay, I'll enter some text value here and then click on OK button. Then after click on the OK button, next you will get what pop-up? Next you are getting which pop-up? alert pop-up. Before prompt, now it is alert pop-up. In the same scenario, you are getting the two pop-up, right? This is the alert pop-up. In the alert pop-up, I want to click on the OK button. So in the same scenario, we are getting the two pop-ups. Apply the coupon, then enter the value in the prompt pop-up, and then click on OK. Then in the alert pop-up, I want to click on the OK. Now two pop-ups. To handle these two pop-ups, we have to use which one now? Page start on only. Correct? We have to use the page start on. So now here I will create a separate spec file 03 underscore. This is prompt pop-up prompt.spec.ts. Now I'll take this sample code. I'll paste it here. Now I'm trying to click on here which button is apply coupon. So I'm going to click on the apply coupon, right click, inspect element. So here I'll take which locator, I'll copy this text. So I'll take the text, I'll give it here. Now see here, open the application. After open the application, the page start on will wait for the dialog event. Correct. Then you are trying to click on the apply coupon. Once the apply coupon is clicked on, you will get the prompt pop up, right? Already page start on is waiting for dialog event. The dialog event is appeared. Then it will create a dialog event object. The object will be stored in this pop up variable. Then it will try to fetch the prompt message. This one will get the pop-up dot type, will get the prompt type, correct? It is appearing the prompt type. This is the prompt type. It is a prompt. So here pop-up dot type will give the prompt type. Then accept, will click on the OK button. But we cannot directly click on the OK button, right? We have to enter the value, correct? We have to enter the value in the prompt pop-up. Now this await prompt.accept will click on the OK button. But in the prompt pop-up, we have to enter the value. We have to enter the value here. Then after we have to click on the OK button. So here same method. In order to enter the value, correct, in the prompt pop-up, to enter the value in the input text box and click on OK button, we'll use same accept function only. This accept function is a method overloaded. So now we used method without arguments. Now if you use method with argument, it will enter the value and then it will click on the OK button. So example here I am going to enter this coupon code. This coupon code just I am going to enter here. To enter and click on OK button, we use accept method. In the accept method, what value you want to enter, then that value you have to mention. So this statement, correct, this statement, it will enter the input value and click on OK button. Click on OK button. Now we'll run this code. See here, now the script got passed. The script got passed. Now see your output. We'll see the output. The script got passed, right? See your output. First one, enter the coupon code. What type of pop-up that was? Prompt pop-up. Then after enter this value and then click on OK button, then you will get the alert pop-up, right? It is fetching the alert pop-up message. Then it was checking that dialog type is alert. Then after click on apply coupon button, the prompt pop-up is appear. Once prompt pop-up is appear, the page start on of dialog event will be triggered. The object will be created. Means it is executed this statement. Wait for 5 seconds and then dialog type, and then it will enter that prompt input value. Then it will click on the OK button. Then it will appear the dialog pop-up, right? Then again this same page start on of dialog will be triggered and then same code is executed for the alert pop-up. accept method, for what are the purpose you will use for accept method? See, the accept method is a method overloading. When you write dialog.accept, it will click on the OK button. Suppose if you pass in the accept method, if you pass the value, it will enter the input value, correct, in the prompt, correct, in the prompt pop-up, and it will click on the OK button. Confirmation pop-up under, just it will click on the OK button. The text is optional. Now this one we have seen the example. So dismiss exam here in the prompt pop-up. I'll comment this. Now what we are going to do is click on the add to cart, click on the cancel. We are going to get this confirmation alert message, and then we are going to click on the cancel. So this is a code to click on the add to cart. This is a code to click on the add to cart, and then click on the remove button. After click on the remove button, you will get the confirmation pop-up, right? I'll just comment the accept method. Then I'm going to call dismiss method, pop-up dot dismiss. This will click on the cancel button. So this will click on the cancel button. Now we'll check. Now it will click on the add to cart and click on the cancel. Now it will fetch the alert message and it will click on the cancel button. So this product is not deleted, right? Here we got the alert message and then the type is confirm and we clicked on the cancel button. So dismiss function used to click on the cancel button. The message we know, right? Dialog.message. It used to get the dialog message. And next one type we got, right, confirm. This now what are the pop-up you open? That is a confirm pop-up. We got confirm. If it is alert, you will get alert. For prompt to pop-up, you will get prompt. And default value, fetch the default value. I think that what are the default value it is present in the prompt to pop-up, it will fetch it. But if you click on this apply coupon, there is no any default value. If you click on the apply coupon, suppose some default value is present in the prompt pop-up, you want to fetch that default value, then we can use the default value method. This default value method used to get the text value present in the prompt pop-up. Here if you take this website, whenever you go to this website and then click on this ask for name button, by default welcome is present. So I want to fetch this welcome value, then we can use this default value function. We can use this default value function. So today we are going to see the file upload. For example, here I am going to take this application. Here in the upload resume, just we are going to upload the file here. Now what I am going to do is, let me create a new folder for file upload. File upload. Under this, let me create a spec file 01 underscore file upload dot spec dot ts. Here I'll take the test method format, copy, paste it. So here test method title is file upload. I'll take this URL, copy this URL and then paste it. Next one here, so open this application. Next I'm going to find the file choose button. Right click, inspect element. Right click, inspect element. Which locator we can use? Which locator I can use to find the file choose button? ID, right? So I'll take ID. I'll copy this ID locator. So here I'm going to write it await page dot locator. Inside the locator I'll pass ID indicates hash then ID value. Then after I'm going to click the choose files button. So I'm going to click the choose files button. Once click on the choose files button, we will get a file upload pop-up. Correct, we'll get the file upload pop-up. Now we'll check whether we are getting the file upload pop-up or not. Playwright by default alert pop-up and it will cancel it. For a file upload, we'll check. So when you don't handle alert pop-up in the Playwright, automatically it will cancel it, right? That is how we have seen. We are trying to open the file upload pop-up. Page is loading. So once it is loaded, it will click on the choose files button. Yeah, we got the pop-up actually. So automatically Playwright will not handle the pop-up. So we got the file upload pop-up. This file upload pop-up cannot right click and inspect element. So what we can do is here instead of click and then upload the file, correct? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove the click function. I'm going to call set input files. I'm going to call set input files. Correct. What method here? This used to locate the file upload button. After that, you can call set input files method. Inside the set input files method, we can mention the file name. We can mention the file name, which file you want to be uploaded. So you can mention the complete path, or we can mention the relative path. If you keep the files under the project, we can mention the relative path. For example, here in the download folder, I kept some of the files here, sample files. For example, here I want to upload this file. Under the download folders, I kept some file offer underscore letter underscore arun.pdf. These files I want to upload it. So here you can right click on this file and copy the relative path. And then here you can paste it. So how do you copy the relative path? Correct, you can create some folder and keep some files, right click, and then you can call relative path. If you copy this one, copy path will copy the obsolete path. See here, if you copy path, if you give, I'll paste it here, it will copy the obsolete path. Full path it will copy from C drive to till that name of the file. So right click, don't copy the full path is not required, and we can go for the relative path. Copy this relative path. So if you paste it, so whatever the folder to file, whatever it will be, path will be present for under the project, it will take it. So under the project we have download folders. So we have download folders. Under the download folders we have this PDF file. Now let me run this code. Now we'll check. So what we are trying to do is we are opening the application, and without opening the pop-up, directly we are inserting the file. So directly we are uploading the file to the file upload pop-up. So it is throwing error. I'll tell you what is the error. If you go here, actually here the error is, so actually the path, whenever you're going to mention the path, so make it forward slash, make it this forward slash. See, the file is uploaded. So directly we upload the file without opening the pop-up. What is the method in the Playwright? Set input files method. Correct. Set input files method used to upload the file. But when we can use set input files method, if the file upload button is developed using type equal file attribute. Here, this file upload button is developed using which attribute here? So this file upload button is developed using type equal file attribute. So if the file upload button is having type equal file attribute, then set input files method will work to upload the file. Correct. Then we can use set input files method to upload the file. Correct. Inside the set input files method, we will write the name of the file. We can write obsolete path or relative path, and while mentioning the path, make it forward slash. We have to mention the forward slash for the path. Complete path we can use, but we don't prefer to use complete path. will work with the framework, everything you should keep inside the framework so that it will be executed in the CI/CD also. When you run with the GitHub CI/CD, there if you keep local, file will not be read that time, right? Whatever file upload or whatever data is required for testing, everything you will keep under the framework, not outside the framework. Now we'll see how to upload multiple files. Right, now we are uploaded single file. Right, here we uploaded now single file. Now we'll see how to upload multiple files. Right, we are going to see now how to upload multiple files. Upload multiple files. Now the uploading the multiple files, we are going to use the same method only. Right, we are going to find the upload file button and then we are going to call set input files method only. In the set input files method, we have to mention the file name. We have to mention the file name in the array format. Array format means already you know, right? So array should be present in the JavaScript, open square bracket, close square bracket. So inside you have to mention it the array format. Correct. Set input files. If you want to upload the multiple files, in the set input files, we have to pass the file name as array. Correct. File name in the array format. Now example here, I'll keep here two files here. Example here, this is offer letter 1. Copy paste it. I'll keep multiple files here now. Just I'll make it here. Now we have two files. These two files I want to upload it. Right, these two files I want to upload it. So here file name we have to mention it in the array of string. So put single quotes, mention the file name. What are the file you want to upload it? Mention the file name. Copy the relative path. I'll paste it and make it forward slash. Next one, comma. Copy the relative path and then mention it in the inside the array. Now we have this here. We have array of file path. How many file path? 2 file path. Now let me run it. So now 2 files will be uploaded. So here 2 files got uploaded. So in the example, now you have to understand when to use set input files. Correct, when to use set input files. If the file upload button is developed using type equal file attribute, then we can go for set input files. Then we have seen how to upload the single file and then how to upload the multiple files. After uploaded, I want to clear the uploaded files. So how to clear the uploaded files? For example, here just you can copy the same statement and paste it here and just mention the empty array. Correct, in the set input files method, just to mention the empty array, it will be cleared. Suppose here after upload, I want to wait for some time, then clear, so that we can see it in the UI. So here I want to wait for 5 seconds, then I want to clear the uploaded file. This statement will clear the uploaded files. Let me rerun it. Now see, the file is being uploaded. After 5 seconds, the file will be cleared now. See, the file is now cleared. So to clear the uploaded file, what we do, just we have to pass the set input files method, and then inside we have to pass the empty array. Now we have uploaded the file using set input files method. because here choose files will have which attribute? Type equal file attribute. Now come to this one, correct? I'll come to this page. Now in this page, see here, just here, right click on inspect element, correct? Right click on inspect element. See here in this page, if you right click on inspect element, here the file upload, correct? Here the file upload button doesn't have type equal file attribute. Correct, see here doesn't have type equal file attribute. If you try to upload the file using set input files method, it will not upload it. This file upload button doesn't have type equal file attribute. So we cannot use set input files method. Then we can go for page.on, or we can go for wait for event. So now here I'll use next one. I'll create a spec file. I'm going to upload this file using wait for event page.on. Let me create a spec file underscore file upload dot spec.ts. Then next one, we are going to click on this button. Which locator we can use? Text. I'm going to click on this button, upload photo button. I'll take text, wait, page dot get by text, page dot get by text. I'll pass this text value. Dot which method is? We are going to use the click function. After click, the pop-up will appear. So once it is appear, I want to perform the operation. Correct. Once it is appear, I want to perform the operation. So before this, click on the file upload button. Correct. Before we are going to click on the file upload button, I'm going to call page dot on method. Here, tell me which event you will pass now. File chooser. Correct. We are going to upload the file. Then I'll create a async arrow function. I'll give object name for file chooser. For example, here file. Correct. For example, here file. I'll call the arrow function. Here syntax error. Put comma. Here inside here, I'm going to mention the file path here. How you mention the file path? Await. What is the file chooser object name? File. Object variable name. Dot. Here you can call set files function. What is the function? Set files. Set files. Here inside the set files, you can pass single files or multiple files. Multiple files you have to pass it using array. Now we'll pass the single files. So here I'll copy the file path. Right click, copy relative path. I'll paste it here. And I'll change into /. Now let me run this. I'll change the spec file name. We are running 02 file upload spec.ts, 02 underscore file upload dot spec.ts. Okay, the file is uploaded now. So if the file upload button is not created using the input type equal file attribute, then we can go for set files method. The set files method can be used using page.on, or we can go for wait for event. This method is present in the event. Event means this event, right? Page dot, we are using the file chooser event. Correct. Set input files method is present in the file chooser event. File chooser event, how to use? Using page.on method, or we can go for wait for event method. Now, so just I'll comment it. Now you help me out how to use wait for event. Here you are trying to click on the file upload, remove await. We are going to execute the synchronization mode. Synchronization means parallel. Immediately it will click on the button, immediately triggered. Then I am going to call await and page dot wait for event. This file upload button click and wait for event. I want to trigger it in the same time. That's why here I removed await here. And now here wait for event, I'm going to pass here file chooser. So here it will make sure that it will wait for the pop-up will triggered. Once pop-up is triggered, I'll store it in the file variable. Then after that you can call same function. So in order to upload the file, totally we have two functions. One is set input files method. Second one is a set files method. Set input files method is present in the locator method. So directly you call the locator dot set input files method. See here, locator dot set input files method. Correct. Set files are present in the file chooser event. So the file chooser you have to use it page dot on or wait for event. Then you are calling the set files method. Now let me run it. See, the file is uploaded. Suppose this statement you are going to write it in the first here. Correct. This statement you are going to write it first. Correct. Then you don't need to write the await here because you need to run the parallel mode these two statement. Now this two statement will be executed. Then after you can write here constant, then file upload equal, then make sure that the file upload is trigger or not. Here you need to check it. The statement mainly used for await, make sure that it is triggered. If it is triggered only, you can set the path here. That's why here file upload, once it is triggered, then you are setting the path here. Previous code. So what code I have written here? I will comment it here. This code. You can use this code or this code. If you write file event in the beginning, this is how you have to write it. So we can use this code or this code. This both are same concept. Today we'll see a file download concept. Now let me create a separate folder for file download. File download. Inside the folder, let me create spec file. So one underscore file download dot spec.ts. Here I'll take the test method format. File download. The scenario is I'm going to take this application. So example here I'm going to click on this download. Offer letter download. I'm going to click on this download. So here you will get the download. Correct. We are going to download this file. So here just to open the application, I'm going to download the offer letter. Click on the download. You're able to see the file. I'll copy this URL of the application. I'll paste it here. After that, I'm going to click on the download. Let me inspect element. Right click, inspect element on the download. I'll take this text. Correct. I'll take this text. We have three download buttons. So here I'm going to take the download text. So here await page dot get by text. So this will match three downloads. Now we are going to click on operation on the first download. So here I'm going to call first method dot click method. It will click on the first one. After click, I want to wait for some time. So await page dot wait for timeout. I will give for 5000 for 5 seconds. Now let me run this code. I will copy the spec file name npx playwright test, then I will paste the spec file name, enter. Automatically the file is downloaded. If you manually click on the download file, it will ask whether you want to save as save, but automatically it will download it. But correct, it will be downloaded in the temporary memory. After execution over, the file will be deleted. It will not be present in the permanently. Now we want to download it in the permanently. Correct, we have to download the file in the permanent location. Correct, example here I am going to download it in the download folders. Right here I want to download it. Now I want to download the file in the specific location. So here page dot on, correct, we are going to use the page dot on listener. So I'll call page dot on listener. It will take the two arguments. Correct, first argument we have to pass the event, and second argument we have to write the code for listener. Correct, in the page dot on, the first argument we have to pass the event. What event we have to pass it for the file download? We have a download event. And in the second argument, I'm going to write async. Now the page dot on download event will create object for download. I'm going to, it will be stored in the variable. Now I'll creating that variable. For example here, file download. We can give any name. It's a variable name. I'll give the arrow function. Now using this arrow function here, see here, you can put a file download, correct, file download variable. So we are using which one? Page dot download event. So in the download event, we have a method called here, see here, we have save as method. The save as method used to save the download file. So here inside this save as function, where we can mention the absolute path and then relative path. So absolute path, we don't use it in the real time. So always we go for the relative path. So I want to save this file under this downloads folder. Right, under this downloads folder, copy the relative path, download. Correct. So we are going to save this file under the downloads folders. After forward slash, I have to mention the file name. It will download and what file name you want to save it. Correct. What file name you want to save it. So this is example here. I'll mention like offer letter dot PDF. Correct. Now see here what will happen. Correct. Open the application. The page dot on download event is waiting for download pop-up to be appeared, and this will click on the download. Once it is click on the download, and this listener will be executed. So this will be saved under this downloads folders. We have mentioned here save as. The file will be saved in this directory. Let me run this. The file will be saved under which directories? Download. Inside the download folders, we'll get the file name. What is the name of the file name? Offer letter.pdf. Now we'll check whether it is downloaded or not. See here it's downloaded. I don't want to add code here. Correct, file name is here add coded, right? So if whenever you click on the download button, correct, for downloading, so we are clicking on the download to download the file. Automatically it will give some suggested file name, right? See here, if we click on the download, and it will give automatically the suggested file name it will give. So I want to download it with this name, correct? Whatever the file it is giving the suggestion, I want to download this this with the same file name. So here what I am going to do is I'll remove this. After forward slash, I'm going to call a function. That function will return the file downloaded suggested name. Correct. So that function and then this is string, right? How you concatenated? So using dollar symbol, open curly brace, close curly brace. Here I am going to call the method. Correct. What method is? File download dot we have see your suggested file name. While downloading, it will show some file name, right? That name it will take it automatically. Now let me run this. So it will open the application. It will click on the download button, first download button, then file will be downloaded because we have written the page.on of download listener. It will listen that download pop-up and then it will download it. Here we got it with the respective name. Here we got this name offer underscore letter underscore arun dot pdf. Now here we downloaded using here page dot on, right? This is the page dot on. Now the same thing we can download the file. Correct, the same scenario we can download the file using page dot wait for event. So here after file is downloaded, I want to check whether it is downloaded or not. So here this program we are downloading the suggested file name. After downloading the suggested file name, we are going to validate that whether the file is downloaded under this downloads folders or not. Correct, under the project downloads folders, under the download folders I want to check here whether it is downloaded or not. For that we have to import the file system. Import fs from single quotes, put single quotes fs. Correct. So here we are importing the fs means file system. Then here you can call expect for assertion, expect of, here call fs dot exist sync function. This function will check whether the file is present or not. If you mention the path of the file here, if you mention the path of the file, it will check whether the file is present or not. So this is the path you are downloading, right? So you can copy and paste it here. So instead of mentioning this relative path in twice, correct, you are mentioning the relative path here and then here. What you can do, you can store it in a variable, let file path equal this file path, relative file path equal relative file path. Wherever you are using it, this relative file path, remove that, mention just file path, just to mention the file path variable. So you declare this variable one time and then you are reusing it in the save as function and then exist sync function. Now it will check expect of fs file system dot exist string of this path. In the path it will check whether it is exist. Yes, you are checking exist with the dot to be truthy. So you are checking whether it is path is present or not. It is true. Exist sync function, the path is present, it will return the true. See here it is a boolean type. Exist sync function, correct, you have to pass the path of the file. If the path of the file is present, it will give the true. If the path of the file is not present, it will give the false. You have to check to be truthy, right, to present the file, correct. See here, to present the file you are calling the to be truthy. Now let me run it. Oh, this file is downloaded and it is done the assertion. So the script got passed. See here, download folders exist. So I am giving the downloads folders. Suppose I am deleting the download folders. Now download folder is not present, but you mentioned download the file under the download folders. Now if I run, what will happen? The downloads folders will be created under the project, file will be downloaded. It receiving false because here let me write each statement. You are downloading the file here, correct, this saving the file under this folders, correct. After saving this under this folder, If you click on save, it will take some time to create folder and download it. Correct? Immediately it will not do it. But file is being downloading here. So file is being downloading, and immediately if you compare it, definitely it will return the false. So that's why here this one we are downloading the file, and we have to give some time for download. Correct? Here we are downloading the file, we have to give some time for download. So I'll write page dot wait for timeout. After once we are waiting for 5 seconds to be downloaded. Once downloaded, we are doing the assertion. Here the download folder's file is not present under the project. What will happen? Automatically the file will be created under this project, and the suggested name, the file will be saved with the suggested file name. Here we are trying to save that file. Path is not present. It will create a path and it will download a file. It will take some time. It will create a folder and download the file. It will take some time. So immediately we are trying to do the assertion. The assertion will be failed. So what we have to do is we have to put the wait for timeout. We have to wait for some timeout. Correct? We have to put the some wait to download the file. After downloaded, we can do the assertion here. Now the script will be passed. The download folder is created automatically. File will be downloaded. Here whenever we open this application, it will ask the username and password details before loading to this page. So once you enter username and password, click on sign in only, the page will be loaded. So this pop-up is called as Authentication Popup. Another name, HTTP basic authentication. Authentication Popup you can say, or you can say HTTP basic authentication popup. Now the Playwright doesn't directly interact with this popup. So instead of what we are going to do is credential details, username, password, that this credential details passed during the browser context creation. It means while opening the application. So here in the Playwright we are opening the application, right? How you are opening the application? Page.goto method. So first let me create a folder for authentication popup. I'll create a folder for authentication popup. So inside the authentication popup, let me create a spec file. Spec file, for example, here authentication.spec.ts. I'll take the test method format. I'll copy. I'll paste it here. Now we are going to handle the HTTP basic authentication popup. I'll remove this statement. Let me take this URL. I'll copy this. I'll paste it here. So whenever we launch this URL, we'll get the basic TPP basic authentication popup. This popup requires username and password. So now we are going to pass the credential directly to the URL. Correct? Directly to the URL. For example, here in this URL, correct? This is the URL of the application. Before the URL of the application, correct? I'm going to pass the username colon password. For this application, the username is admin and colon password is admin. Password is admin. Then put @ when you want to pass the authentication credential, the syntax is username colon password @URL. This is syntax. Now username colon password @URL we mentioned. So once we enter username and password, which page you will get? Enter the username and password admin. Click on sign in. Directly we will get this page. So this page will be loaded. For example, here I want to verify whether this page is loaded or not. Correct. Enter the username and password. You will get this one. Congratulations, you must have proper credential. So I want to validate this message. Right click on inspect element. What locator we can take? I'll write the CSS selector expression. How do you write the CSS selector expression? Using example, dot indicates class, then the class value example. See, this CSS selector expression will highlight the div. Under the div, how many elements are present? 2 elements, H3 element and then P element. I want to find the P element. So here you can give them space indicate the child, then P. Now I'll copy the expression. I'll go to the VS Code. How do you write it? Await a page dot locator, then I'll paste the locator value. This is used to find that success message, right? After login to this application, we'll validating this message, correct? We are validating this message. So now I find the element, I'll store it in the variable, correct? Here constant element, I'll just mention the element equal. Then I will validate the assertion, await expect of, I will pass the element, then I'm going to validate the text. So we have it to have text, I'll pass this text. We are validating the message. To log into the application, we are finding that success message, we are validating the expected value. Then after that I want to wait for some time, then I want to close the browser, then page dot wait for timeout, then I will pass the 5 seconds. Now let me run this code. I'll copy this spec file name, npx playwright test. I'll paste the spec file name. The script got passed now. Suppose username or password might be, it will come with @ example. Here my username admin @123 might be my username admin @123. Now if you write @ here admin @123, this will get confused because the @ only separated the credential detail as well as URL, but here already you mentioned @. This is the login credential and this is the URL it will be considered, because @ is coming. If no @ in your login credential, this will work. So you are directly inserting the login credential to the URL. How you are inserting? What is the syntax? Before @ you are writing the username and password. After @ you are writing the URL. Suppose your credential is having @, that time it will not work. Alright, this one it will not work. Then what we need to do is username password, we need to encode it. So we'll go with the second way. This is the one of the way we can use it if your username and password doesn't have @. We need to add one extra custom header to set the credential, correct? To set the credential. We'll see it so that you will understand. And I'll copy the same spec file, I'll paste it again here. I'll change the spec file name 02. I'll remove the login credential here. Okay, I'll remove the login credential. Now what I'm going to do is, correct, what I'm going to do is, here I'm going to take a my credential in a variable. For example, here constant username admin. Okay, the next one constant password equal admin. Okay, so I have taken the separate variable username and password. Correct, I have taken the separate variable username and password. Now after this one, I'm going to encode this username and password. How I am going to encode this username and password? Suppose here I am going to take a new variable, variable name, any name you can give it, and put here single quotes and mention that basic. Then plus here in JavaScript we have B2A method. Correct. So here we have a B2A method. This method will do the encoding. Correct. This method will do the encoding. This will do base 64 encoding. For encryption purpose, we use base 64. The B2A method will do the encoding. Now in the B2A method, correct, in the B2A method, I'm going to mention the username Directly you can mention the username, or else the username and password you can store it in a variable, then you can call it here. Correct, just to pass the username, and plus for username and password separated by colon. That's why here I'm mentioning the colon plus then password. This login details will be converted into base 64 encoding format. Now after that I'm going to call, correct, I'm going to call page dot, okay, page dot context. Context means in Playwright browser. Then dot call set extra HTTP headers. Correct, set extra HTTP headers used to set the custom headers. We can add the headers. So here I'm going to add the header, like this argument it takes the properties value. So here we can mention the open curly brace, close curly brace, and then we can mention the property name, property value. So just I'll call the property name authorization. Then I'll pass that credential are stored in the variable. I'll pass it here. I'll copy the respective spec file name. We are setting the basic authentication. So basic is a keyword, space, then username and password. This both are will be encrypted. What is the method? B2A method. npx playwright test. Then I'll mention the spec file name. Yeah, it's worked now. It is passed now here. Yeah, this is the one of the way for handling the authentication pop-up. Just I'll copy and paste it here. Next one, the username and password for authentication pop-up, you can set it in the configuration file. Remove this. Here I didn't set any username and password. Now what I'm going to do here is I'll go to the playwright.config.ts file. In the ts file there is a use section. There is a use section. In the use section you can set the username and password for the login credential. How you can set it? HTTP credential. See here, HTTP credential, it will give the format here. This is a format. HTTP credential, just paste it here, the format. Here we need to enter the username, admin, and here we have to enter the password, username of the application, and this is password of the application. So after enter this, let me run the code. npx playwright test, then I'll paste the spec file name. It's handled the authentication pop-up and script got passed.
In today's section, we are going to learn how to handle multiple windows in the Playwright. For example, here I'm going to click on this third button, open UTIP button. It will open the application in the next tab. So this is the tabbed window. And here I'm going to click on the first button, open Playwright codes. It will open the separate window. This is the new browser window. In order to handle the tabbed window and new browser window, we use the same method in the Playwright. Now we will write a coding for the multiple windows. Now let me open the VS Code. I'll create a separate spec file for this scenario. Here I'll give the spec file name handling windows. .spec.ts. Now we'll write the test method, test, then title I'll give a handling multiple windows, comma async of page fixture, then error function. Import the test method. Now we'll open the applications, await, page dot, go to, I'll give the application URL here. Then after open the application, I'm going to click on this open Playwright course button. Open Playwright course button, right click, inspect element. Here I'll go with the button text. Await page dot get by text. I'll give the button text dot click. After click on this open Playwright course, it will open the new browser. It will open the new browser. So we have two pages now. This is the first page and this is the second page. Initially we opened this first page, and after click on this open Playwright course and you will get the second page. Totally two pages. So in Playwright we have to first fetch all the pages. Pages means browser. We have method called page dot context dot pages. These functions are not asynchronization functions, so we cannot write await keyword here. So this will fetch all the pages. Currently we have to click on the open Playwright course. We have two pages. It will fetch all the two pages. Then I'm going to store it in the variable constant total page. Total page. We'll check totally how many pages are present through the programmatically. So I'll print console.log total page dot. We have a length property. So this statement used to come to know total number of pages. Total number of pages. Now let me run the code. npx playwright test, then spec file name. What is the spec file name? Handling windows.spec.ts. So it will open the application. It will click on the open on Playwright course. Then execution over. Then immediately the browser got closed, and we got only one pages. It's saying only one pages because immediately click on this button. The page is not loaded. So the page.context pages will fetch only one window is loaded, so it will get it because this is not asynchronized method. Then explicitly we have to write the wait for this statement. Await page dot timeout. I will give for 6 seconds. Now let me run it. Now this time it will click on the open Playwright course and it will wait for some time to load the new window. Now totally we have two pages, so we'll get output is 2. See, we got the 2. Now we got total number of pages. Now by default the control will be present on the first window. Now I want to change control to new window. For this, so I'll write it change the control from current window to new browser window. So now how to do is, so we have total pages. See here the total pages are stored in the page of array. Page of 0 will have the current window control, and page of 1 will have the new window control. Here I'll take constant new page equal total page. New page equal total page of, I'll give 1 because array index value starts from 0. The total page of 0 indicates the current window. Total page of 1 indicates the new browser window. Now we are taking the new browser window to this variable. Then we can call await new page. In the new page, what I want to do here is click on this open Playwright course. In the new page, I just want to get the title of these applications. So to get the title of the application, dot title. So this will fetch the title of the new browser window. Then I'll store it in the variable constant uh, title. Now let me print the title, console.log title. This will fetch the new browser window title. Now we'll run the code. So we got the new page title. Here we have only 2 pages. Suppose we have multiple pages, we cannot add code here 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Suppose we have now 4 pages and I want to go for the 4th pages. We have to give total page of 3 index value. So here we are just add coding. So I don't want to add code it here. I want to go to the particular page based on the title. I just comment this line. Then write the for statement for iterating all the pages. Constant p of total page. It will traverse all pages one by one. It will be assigned to the p variable. Inside the for loop, I'll fetch the title of the respective browser. Await p dot title. First, we'll print all the title of the page. Then we'll change control to the new page. So here I'll take variable constant. I'll give the variable name page title. Now I'll remove this statement. Here I'll print the title console.log page title. Now let us run the code. We'll check all the pages title getting printing or not. First window title is handling windows. Second window title is Playwright online course topics. Here this 2 window title got printed. Now based on the window, now we are going to change the control to the particular page. So example here I want to change control to the second window. Now this is the title. I'll copy the title. Here I'll do the if condition, if page title. How do you check 2 values are equal or not in JavaScript? Includes then this title. If page title is equal to Playwright online course topics, then here inside the if statement I'm going to take the page. So outside the for loop, I'll declare variable let new page. I'll take here new page equal p. We got the expected title. We change control to the new page based on the title of the browser. And here I can perform the operation now. So await new page dot, for example here what operation we can do on the new page. I'm going to click on the particular website. Right click, inspect element. I'll take the text of the element dot get by text. I'll give the text of the element dot click. After click explicitly I want to wait for 5 seconds. Await page dot timeout. I'll give 5 seconds. Now run the code. Here it will click on the particular website. It is not clicked, so script got failed. we got the report that it is having the duplicate element. Practical website is having, so 3 duplicate elements are present. So we are going to click on the first link. So here I'll give dot first. Now let me rerun it. See, it's clicked on the practical website now. What we did in the code is we open the main page. So next we open the new page. Then we change control to the new page. Then we perform operation on the new page. After perform operation on the new page, I want to change control to the main page. Then await page dot bring to front method. It is a first page. This is a new page. Now once click on the practical website, the visibility will go for the first window. Then we can perform the operation on the first window. We will see how to close the current page and then all pages. To close the current pages, await page dot close method. This will close only current page wherever the control is present. When the control is present in child window, it will close the child window. When the control is present in the main window, it will close the main window. After the page dot bring to will bring the control to the main window, it will close only main window, not the new window. Then explicitly you want to close all the windows, then we can use await page dot context dot close. This will close all the windows. In today's section, we are going to look at something very practical for automation testing. How to automatically fill the web forms using Playwright, along with the FakerJS for the test data generation. Why we use Faker? Whenever we work on automation, for example, we often need names, phone numbers, email IDs, address, and typing or storing them manually become repetitive. So Faker generates the fresh and unique data every time, which makes you automate test more dynamic and avoid the duplicate. Why we use CSV? Some people use CSV files to store the test data, which is useful when you need fixed and predictable values. For example, here login details, spec flow details. For negative testing invalid data, we use CSV data. Faker versus CSV. Faker will generate the dynamic value. CSV will have the fixed value. But sometimes we don't need fixed data. We need just realistic data. That's where Faker will help us. So in this video, we are going to see how to install and use a FakerJS, how to integrate with the inside the Playwright, how to autofill the form. Now we'll write a code. Let me create a new spec file. Faker data.spec.ts. Now I'll write the test method, test generating FakerJS data, async of page picture, then error function. Import the test method. Before we are going to write a code, we have to install the FakerJS library. How to install FakerJS library? In the terminal, npm install @faker -js. JS means JavaScript /faker. This is the command. Now I'll run this command. It is getting installed, where we can see that libraries got installed. Node underscore models. Expand the node underscore models. You can see at the rate faker hyphen JS slash under we have a slash faker. Import. Now we'll import the faker. Import faker from at the rate faker hyphen JS slash faker. Now we done the import statement. Now we'll check whether it is generating the random data. So console.log, I'll use faker dot here. So we can generate the data for airline, animal, book, etc. We can generate. Example here I want to generate the name. So faker dot, it is under the person. You can put dot first name, full name, gender, area, description, title, last name, middle name. For all methods will be present. Example here I will call the first name method. Now let me run this code. npx playwright test. npx playwright test. Then our spec file name is fakerdata.spec.ts. See here, the first name got printed here, LB. I want to generate the Indian names. See here, we got random name LB. So this statement will generate the random name. Next time if you run it, again it will generate the random name. See here, we got the different name. For every run, it will give the different values. So the FakerJS generates the fresh and unique data for every time. For example, here I want to get the Indian names. Here you can change it, mention EN. Here, based on the country, we can generate the data. Now I want to get the India, IN. Faker, EN English, hyphen, you can see all the countries' name. And IN India, so I'll select this IN. Now here faker EN underscore IN, you will get Indian names. For example, here you want to generate the phone number. Yes, we can generate the phone number. Console.log faker EN underscore IN dot, we'll call phone property dot, we'll call the number method. If you want to call the state, console dot log faker en underscore in dot, states are present under location dot, you can see here you might get state method. Now let me run, we'll get 3 random datas. See, we got 3 random datas. First name Anuja, then mobile number, and then state is Chandigarh. We installed Faker library. We understood how to generate the Faker data. Now we can pass it on the browser. For example, here I am going to open this application. Just I'll show you how to fill the data for first 3 fields. Now I'll copy the URL. Let me remove this statement. Wait, page.go to. I'll give this URL of the application. Next, I'm going to enter the full name. Right click, inspect element. We will find the locator for the full name. For example, here I'll take the placeholder value. Here I'll write await page dot get by placeholder. Then dot fill method. In the fill method, I'm going to call the faker. So here faker en underscore in dot, we are going to enter the name. It is present under the person property, person dot full name method. Next, we are going to enter the email ID. Right click, inspect element. Same, I'll take the placeholder value. I'll copy the placeholder value. Await page dot get by placeholder. Dot, we are going to enter the email ID. Fill of, then I'll call the faker en underscore in dot. For email ID, we have internet property, internet dot email method. Now third one, phone number. Right click inspect element. I'll take same placeholder value. Here await page dot get by placeholder dot fill method inside faker en underscore in dot phone property dot number method. Now after run, immediately the browser will be closed. I'll wait for 5 seconds. Await page dot wait for timeout 5000 for 5 seconds. Let me run the code. So it will open the application. We are just filling the 3 fields: full name, email ID, phone number, using faker library. So it's entered full name and email ID, phone number, and script got passed. In today's section, we are going to learn how to read data from the CSV file in Playwright and how to use that data to perform the data-driven testing. In real automation projects, we should never hard-code the test data. We should never hard-code the test data directly inside the test script. Instead, we store the values like usernames, passwords, emails, or test inputs in the external files such as CSV, JSON, Excel, or API testing. This is known as data-driven testing because the test flow depends on the input. So now I will show you how to read data from the CSV file and extract the test data and use the data inside the Playwright test. For example, here I am going to take this application for data-driven testing. Here I am going to fill the user informations. This user informations I am going to keep it in the CSV file. Then I am going to read the CSV file. Then I am going to click on the submit. For example, here I am going to mention Babu and age, country. Click on submit. Like that, we are going to keep the data. Now let's code for this. Before we are going to do the coding, we have to install the CSV library. How to install the CSV library? In the terminal, npm install CSV-parse and press enter. The library will be installed. So the library will be installed under where? In the node models. So you can see here CSV parse. Now CSV parse got installed. What is the command? npm install CSV-parse. And next we'll create an input sheet. Now before we are going to read data from CSV file, we'll create an input sheet. Now I'll create first under this project, I'll create a folder called test data. Under the test data, I'm going to create a file userinfo.csv. First time you create a .csv file, immediately ask, do you want to install the rainbow CSV? It will differ from every column with a different color. We can give install or we can go to the extension directly and here type for CSV. You will get the rainbow CSV extension. Click on it and click on trust publisher and install. So it has got installed. Now we'll store the data. What are the data we are going to store it? As per the application, name, age, country. So here name, while storing the test data, every column separated by comma. Name, age, comma, country. See, every column it will differ from the colors. Now I'll give the name. So name, first name, Vijay, 36. Next one, Vivek, 24, comma, India. Next one, I'll write Dinesh, 34, comma, USA. Now the user info.csv, I'm keeping 3 data. Now I'll save this. Okay. Now I'm going to create a spec file. In the spec file, we are going to write the code to read data from the CSV file and pass it on the application. I'll go to testers. Under the test, I'm going to create a spec file. Read CSV data dot spec dot ts. Here I will create a test method, test reading data from CSV, async of page fixture. Then I use arrow function. Import this test method. To read CSV value, we have to import the parse method from CSV-parse library. So here I'll write the import statement. Import. We have to import the parse method from where? CSV-parse. CSV-parse slash under in CSV-parse under sync.js file. Here only we have a parse method is present. Then we need to call the sync. Now if we mouse move here, the parse version is present, CSV-parse library sync. So here you can go to CSV-parse library, expand the library. Here you will find the sync.js. In the sync.js only we have a parse function. So we are calling the parse function in this path. We imported the parse function. I'm going to call parse. Inside the function fs.filesystem. Fs means file system. So the fs also should be imported. Import fs from file system dot read file sync method. And here inside we have to give the path of the CSV file. We have to give the path of the CSV file. So CSV file is present under the project. We have file name test_data. Under the project we have folder name test_data slash, and then file name is userinfo.csv. Userinfo.csv. After put comma, we have to mention the few properties here. We are getting error under parse. The parse is not a default import. So it's not a default import. Compulsory we have to use open curly brace, close curly brace in the parse. So if it is default import, you don't need to mention the open curly brace, close curly brace. This is not default import. After save this, now the error is not there. This is not a default import. So compulsory we have to write it the parse function inside the open curly brace, close curly brace. Inside the parse function, we have to write the few properties. What is the properties? Column colon true. So column colon true. So based on the column of object, we are going to read the data. Next property, skip empty lines. Skip empty lines. If empty row and empty column is present, it will be skipped. Next one, skip underscore records with empty values. If any empty value is present, it will skip it. So we set the properties. Now this statement will read the data from the CSV file I'm going to store the CSV data in some variable. So like constant CSV data. Okay. Now this statement used to read the CSV data. Now I'm going to use it the CSV data. Now before we are going to use the CSV data, first we'll read whether we are able to read or not. So I'm going to read and then print the values. Here I'm going to read it for console.log. How we read it? CSV data. CSV data, how it will be stored? It will be stored in the array of object. I'll go to the CSV info. These are the objects. In the test data, array index value starts from 0. This is 0th record. This is first record. This is second record. I want to get the first record. I want to get the first record means 0. 0 means it will be a first row of record. Which record is this record? Record value is Vijay 36 India. It will read the first row of record. Now we will run this code. npx playwright test spec file name read csv data.spec.ts. Read csv data.spec.ts. It will read the complete first row of the record. See, this statement will read the data from the CSV file. It will be stored in the array of object. So when you call 0, you will get the first object. So if we call 1, you will get the second object. If we call this 2, you will get the third object. Now from this object, I want to get name. So here if you call name, you will get the error. Object type is unknown. In the parts, I am going to mention that the data type of column and record. Here I will call the record, and here I will mention the column type and object type. String, comma, string. This time the error is gone. Next one, so we are getting name separately, age separately now, and then country. Now I'll rerun this. Now these records we are going to pass it on the application. So I'll open the application, await page dot go to. I'll take the application URL. First, next we are going to enter the name. We have to find the locator. So go to the application, right click, inspect element. For name, right click, inspect element. This is the HTML code for the name. I'll take the placeholder value. Now we'll find the name web element, await page dot get by placeholder. I'll paste the placeholder value dot fill method. Inside the fill method, I'm going to pass the CSV data dot name. Next, we are going to enter the age. Right click on the age text box, inspect element. Age also having the placeholder value. I'll copy the placeholder value. Await page dot get by placeholder. Dot fill. So inside the fill, I'm going to pass the age, first row record of age. Next, we are going to select the country. Right click on the country, inspect element. Here for finding the country, we use ID. So here await page dot locator. Then ID indicates hash, then ID value. After I'm going to call select option method because country is a drop down. So over here I will call select option. Based on the name we are going to select it. And in the argument I will call it label property colon and this value. First record of country. After I enter these values, we are going to click on the submit. Right click on the submit button, inspect element. I'll take the ID, copy this ID value, page dot locator of hash id value dot click. After click, immediately the browser will be closed. We cannot see clearly whether the value is entered or not. We have to wait and see. Wait, page dot timeout. We'll give for 6 seconds. Now let me run the code. Now it will open the application, it will fill the value, then value will be added in the below user form. See, the values are added here. The script got passed. Now we have read the CSV file, we pass it to the application. Now I want to read all the records. Then we cannot hard code it. Here we read the first row record, we put 0, 0, 0. So now if you want to read second row record, then you have to change it to 1 here. So all place we have to change it 1. Here also we have to change it 1. Now suppose I want to read all the records. We can use for of. How we use for of? For constants. Then I'll give the variable name data of. Then all records are stored in the CSV data. I'll open this. I'll close it at the last. Then here you don't need to add code the row value, just mention the data. It will read all the records one by one and it will be entered on the application. Now let us run the code. So first row record is read. It will wait for 6 seconds. Then second row record is read now. Now third row record. So we have read here. We entered all 3 records. The script got passed. Now we have seen the data driven testing. In the data driven testing, we have seen how to read the CSV file and extract the CSV file, how to use the test data inside your Playwright test. In today's section, we are going to see how to read data from the .env file in Playwright. .env file used to store the data like key and value pair. In real-time automation projects, we usually work with multiple environments like dev, QA, stage, and production. Each of these environments has its own base URL, login credentials, and sometimes API keys. Now instead of editing our Playwright test scripts every time we switch the environments, we use the .env file for the better practice. We store these values in the .env file and simply read them in our test. This keeps our code clean, secure, and much easier to manage. In this section, I am going to show you how to install and configure .env, how to create a .env file, and how to use those environment values directly inside your Playwright test. Now let us do the coding. I'll open the VS Code. First we are going to install the .env. First we are going to install the .env. How to install .env? npm install .env. This .env helps Node.js to load the environment variables from the .env file. So we need this package to read data from the .env. Now the .env file got installed. where the .env package will be added under node underscore modules. Expand this, you can see .env library. Now we will create a .env file. I'll create under the test data. So under the test data, I'll select the test data, click on the new file. I'll give file name is .env. So the env file is created. Now we can store the data like key value pair. For example, here we are going to store the URL of the application and we are going to use it in the script. Now I'll take this URL. Here I'll take key is URL equal value. The value is URL of the application. Now I'll save this file. Now we created the .env file. Now we are going to read it in the script. Now I'll create a separate spec file under the testers folder. Read data from .env. Read data from .env. spec.ts. Inside this spec file, first I'll create a test method. Test. I'll give the title reading data from .env. Next, comma, async of page fixture arrow function. Import the test method. Before we are going to read data from the .env, we have to import the .env and we have to load the .env file. So first I'll do import .env from .env. Now we have imported the .env. After importing, we have to load the .env file. Load the .env file. How to load the .env file? .env .config method. In the config method, we have to mention the path of the env file. Where is our env file is present? Under the project, under the test underscore data folder, we have a .env file. Now inside the config method, we have to mention the path using the path property. So open curly brace, close curly brace. Inside mention the path property colon. We can mention the path of the env. Test underscore data .env. Always the file name starts with the dot, then env. Now we have imported the .env and we have loaded the .env file. Now we can read the .env. Once the file is loaded, the data will be stored in the process.env object. Here in this file, I'm going to read this URL. Then we need to call process.env. Then you can call the keys from the .env. Key is URL. This will read the URL. Then I'm going to store it in the variable constant application URL equal. Let me first print the URL console.log. Let me run this code. npx playwright test read data from .env. .spec.ts. Now we got the URL from .env file. Now I'm going to open this URL. To open the URL, what's the statement? Await page.goto. I'm not going to hardcode the URL. Already URL we are reading from the environment file. I'll copy this application URL variable. I'll pass it here. It will throw the error here because we have to mention this URL should be a string type. So here I'll mention as string type. Now we'll run the code. Now we are reading URL from the env file and we are passing to the browser. So it will open the respective application. Now the script got passed. See here, the .env file is created .env. Now, can I create multiple .env file? Always the file name should start with .env. Now we can create multiple .env. Example here, this file name I can modify into .env. This is dev environment URL .dev. Next, I am going to create one more .env file. The file name should start with the .env. Then we can give any name. This is QA URL. Now we created two .env file, .env.dev, .env.qa. Like this, you can create multiple .env files. But always the .env file should start with the .env. Then you can give any name. Then how do you load this .env file to the script? We'll go to the script. Here you can mention then we can mention which environment you want to load it. Example here, I want to load QA, mention the QA. Now let me run the code. Now, like each .environment file, you can store URL, password and AP keys. Now we have a two environment, dev environment and QA environment. And if I want to open the dev environment, you have to remove the .qa, mention the dev. Still we have hard coded which environment you want. You have to, after .env we can mention. This environment we can pass it in the execution command. So for that I will make a here variable argument. So I will use the backtick symbol. Here I am going to pass the environment at the runtime. So here I'll make it $, open curly brace, close curly brace. To read value from the environment file, we have a process .env we can give any name. Any name we can give app application environment. Now in the run command we use $env. We created what is a variable here, environment variable, application environment app env equal, then we can mention the environment name .env or .qa. Example here I am going to give QA here. Now this value, this QA will be passed to this argument. Then it will consider .env.qa. After you can run the spec file name npx playwright test read data from .env spec.ts. So script got passed. In today's section, we are going to learn one of the most useful features in the Playwright called storage state. This is used to skip your login test in all your feature tests and run your script much faster. Now, what is storage state? Storage state is basically the Playwright's the way of storing your login section into the JSON file. And this file contains cookies and local storage and authentication tokens. Once the file is created, Playwright can rerun it. Means your testers started already logging. No more typing username password for every test. Now why we use storage state? To avoid the repeat login for every test. To speed up the test execution and to maintain the consistent section in UI automation. This is especially useful when you work with bigger test suites. So how it works? This process is very simple. We perform login steps in one of the script. After login steps, we will create a storage state and then we will save that section to the file. And remaining test, we tell the Playwright to load that file into automatically and reuse the login steps. All your tests launch in a login stated. Now let's work on the coding. Now I'll create a separate spec file for creating the storage states. I'll create a spec file now. I'll create a new file, login.spec file, login.spec.ts. Here let me write the test method and I'll give the title creating the storage state. Next I'll call the page fixture async of page fixture. Then I'll call the arrow function. Let me import the test method. What is the scenario we are going to write it here is we are going to log into the application. After we are going to save the storage state. Save the storage state. So for example here I'm going to log into the application. We can use any of these three username and password is demo. For example here I'm going to log in with the debit user and password is demo. So I'll copy this. First let me open the application. I'll copy the URL of the application. Await page.goto. I'll paste the URL of the application. Next we are going to enter the username password. Click on login. Now we'll find the locator for username. Right click, inspect element. Here I'll take the placeholder value. I'll copy this placeholder value. Now here we are going to enter the username. Await page.get by placeholder. Then I'll paste the username placeholder value dot fill. Here I'm going to enter debit user. Next we'll write the code for password. Right click on the password text box, inspect element. Here I'll take the placeholder value for password. Await page.get by placeholder. Then I'll paste the placeholder value of the password dot fill method. Here the password of the application is demo. Next click on the login button. To click on the login button, right click, inspect element, inspect element. This is a code for the login button. Here I'll take the login button text. The text is login. Login might be duplicate. Let me check. You can press Ctrl F, paste the login. See here we have 10 matches. Login is having partial text. For login is having the partial text all the places except login button. The login button is having complete text. So the code will be await page.get by text. Here I'll paste the login button text, comma. Here we can add one of the property called exact, colon. You can see it's a boolean value. By default it is false. Then if you are looking for the complete text, then we have to mention true. Dot click method. After login, the Playwright will be executed faster. We have to wait and see for few seconds. Wait page dot wait for timeout. Here I'll give for 6 seconds. Let me run the code and we'll check whether we are able to log in. After that we'll create a storage state. So how do you run it? To run the command npx playwright test, then spec file name login.spec.ts. We are opening the application and enter the username as a debit user, password demo, click on login. So we log in it. Now after login, we are going to create a storage state. What is the function to create a storage state? Page dot context method dot storage state method. Page dot context dot storage state used to create a storage state. Inside the storage state method, we have to mention the path where you want to store the JSON file. So here I'll mention the path property, path colon, and mention the path of the JSON file. For example, here I am going to store the JSON file under the test underscore data folder. So here I'll mention the test underscore data and forward slash. Then I'll give the file name authentication dot JSON. This statement log into the application, and this statement will create a storage state. Now let me run. We'll check whether the storage state file is creating. The script got passed under the project test underscore data folder. Inside the test underscore data folder, we have authentication.json file. Now the JSON file is having cookies, storage state, and authentications. Now you can see the cookies information of the application. Now we are going to load the JSON file to skip the login. Where we are going to load the JSON file? We are going to load it in the playwright.config.ts file. Click on the playwright.config.ts file. So you will find the use section. In the use section, you can add the storage state. Storage state. This property you can add it after creating the storage state. Storage state colon. After colon, we can put double quotes or single quotes. Then mention the path of the JSON file. Test underscore data forward slash authentication.json. This statement used to load the JSON file. Now JSON file is loaded. Okay, now we'll create a separate script. We will use the storage state to skip the login. Now I'll create a spec file name. For example, here skip login dot spec.ts. Create a test method. Title is skip login async with the page fixture. Now in this script, we don't need to write steps for login. Directly we have to open the home page. Await page dot go to method. Here we have to pass the home page URL. Now when you run this script, directly it will open the home page. It will skip the login page because already we loaded the storage state in the playwright.config.ts file. After open the application, explicitly I want to wait for 5 seconds. Await page dot wait for timeout. I'll give 5 seconds. Now let me run this code. npx playwright test skip login dot spec file. Now it will directly open the home page. Now it directly open the home page. So in the Playwright, we use the storage state to skip the login. Further, what are the script we will write it? For all the script, storage state is loaded. For every script, we don't write the login script.
In today's video, we are going to learn Playwright test runner methods. These are the test runners methods: test start only, test start skip, test start fix me, test start failed, test start step, test start describe. These are the Playwright test runners methods. Now we'll see one by one all these test runners methods. First we'll see test.only method. Let me open this VS Code. Under the testers folders, let me create a spec file. I'll give the spec file name test only.spec.ts. Now inside the spec file, I'm going to develop the test method test. Then I'll give the title name test method 1, comma async of. Then I'll pass the page picture. Then I'll write the arrow function. This is test method 1. Now here in the console, I'll print the message console.log test method 1. Test method 1. Let me copy this test method. I'll paste it twice. I'll change the test method title. First test method 1. Second test method, I'll give here test method 2. So console message also I'll change it test method 2. Then here test method 3, and here I'll write it test method 3. Now we have 3 test method. Now inside the spec file, we have 3 test method. Now I'm going to run this spec file. If I run this spec file, how many test method will be executed? 3 test method will be executed. Test 1 method, test 2 method, test 3 method. Now let me run it. npx playwright test. Then I'll mention the spec file name. Then I'll press enter. Now first test 1 method will be executed, second test 2 method will be executed, and third test 3 method will be executed. See here we have executed 3 test method. Test 1 method, test 2 method, test 3 method. So in a spec file we can write multiple test method. Alright, in a spec file we can write multiple test method and then we can run all the test method. In this, one of the test method I am going to call test.only method. Test.only method. And this method used when you want to execute only specific test method. In real-time projects, we often have multiple test methods in a spec file. But sometimes while debugging the particular test method or developing on specific test cases, correct, that time we don't want to run all the test methods. We want to execute only particular test method. That time you can call test.only. If you call test.only and only this method will be executed. So we have 3 test method, but this time it will execute only test.only method. Now I'm going to run this spec file. So in the spec file we have 3 test method, but only the test.only function will be executed. Now here out of this 3 test method, only test.only function will be executed. Now let me run it. See here this time only test.only will be executed. Now this test.only used to run only this test method and ignore others test methods. It's a very important point. The test.only method, we never commit test.only into your code, because if you push the code to your repository and only this test method will be executed in the CI/CD and all others test method will be ignored. So this causes the serious issue in the automation pipeline. So always remember, when you use test.only for debugging purpose and remove it before committing your code. Next method we are going to see test.skip method. This method used to skip the test temporarily. And if you use test.skip method, this method will not be executed and it will be marked as a skipped in the report. Now we'll write the code for test.skip. I'll just copy the spec file. I'll paste it here. I'll change the spec file name test_skip.spec.ts. Now we have three test method. Test_skip.spec.ts file having three test method. Now I don't want to run this test method, correct? I don't want to run this test method. Then I can call test.skip method. Now this method, the test.skip method will not be executed. Remaining these two methods will be executed. Now let me run this code. Now let me copy the spec file name. npx playwright test, then I'll paste the test method. I'll press enter. Now the spec file got executed and we got the output. Test2 method got executed, test3 method got executed, and here 2 passed and one method got skipped. So what is the method got skipped? This first test method got skipped. If we can check it in the HTML report, I'll open the HTML report. So in the HTML report, 2 passed, test2, test3 passed, and 1 got skipped here, and test1 got skipped. When we can use the test.skip, particular test case is having defect, so not required to run, then we can write test.skip. Our test is not required for the particular run, then we can use test.skip. Or this feature is still under the development, then we can go for test.skip. We'll see next method. Next one is third one, test.fixme method. Now here I'll create a separate spec file. I'll copy the spec file, I'll paste it, I rename the spec file name testfixme.spec.ts. To call fixme method, so after the test dot, you can call the fixme method. If you give test.fixme, this test method will be skipped and it will be marked as skipped in the report. Now let me run this. Now let me copy the spec file. So here npx playwright test spec file name. See here test2 and test3 got executed and one method got skipped, 2 passed. So what are the method passed? Test2 method and test3 method got passed. Now let me open the report. Here 2 method got passed, test method 2 and test method 3 got passed, and one method got skipped, test method 1 got skipped. So in the real time, when we can go for test.fixme method, sometimes we already know that the testing is failing due to a bug or an issue in the application. Instead of running it again and again, we can mark it as fixme. Now we'll see next method. Next one, fourth one, test.fail. I will copy the spec file and paste it. I rename the spec file name
test fail.spec.ts. How to call test.fail method? Inside the test method, call test.fail method. Now when you write test.fail method, if assertion statement is passed, then script will be failed. If assertion statement is failed, then test method will be passed. For example, here I will write the assertion statement, expect of 10 dot to be greater than, I will write 20. Now this assertion statement will be failed. If the assertion statement will be failed, this test method will be passed because we have written test.fail method. Now let me run this. npx playwright test spec file name. Here now test1 method will be passed, and test2 and test3 method also passed. Suppose if assertion will be passed here, correct? Suppose the assertion statement will be passed, then test method will be failed. Now let me write the assertion statement as a passed. Now I'll copy the same assertion statement, I'll paste it. Now here I'll mention 10 to be greater than 5. Now this time the assertion will be passed. If assertion statement is passed, now this test method will be failed because we mentioned test.failed. Now let me rerun this. Now test1 method got failed. Test method 2, test method 3 got passed. Here in the report, test method 1 failed, test method 2, test method 3 passed. In the test method, when you write test.fail method, if assertion failed, test method will be passed. If assertion passed, then test method will be failed. So using this test.failed, we can validate the negative scenarios. Now we'll go for next method. Next one, fifth one. Fifth one is test.step method. Test.steps method used to break a test into multiple readable steps. Now we'll see the code for test.step method. I'll create a separate spec file for test.step method. teststep.spec.ts. I'll remove the test.fail. Now we are going to call test.step. How to call test.step? Test.step method. Test.step method. So this method used to break a test into multiple readable steps. In real-time projects, the test method contains many actions, correct? Like open the application, enter the data, and click on the button. If everything is written in the single test method, it will be difficult to read and debug. So this is where test.steps comes into the picture. So if you use test.step method in the Playwright report, each step will be displayed separately. So if failures occurs, we can easily identify which steps failed. When you use test.step method, the code will be clean and structured code, easy to debugging and better reporting. For example, here I am going to write here, open the application. In the test.step method, I am giving the step. Then put comma.
then I'll call the async, then I'll call arrow function. Here inside this test.step method, you can write the code for open the application. So await page.goto method. Here I am specifying the URL of the application. After open the Google application, I am going to click on the Gmail link. So I'll copy, I'll paste it here. Let me write the steps for clicking on the Gmail link. So here click on the Gmail link. I'll write the code for clicking on the Gmail link. Page.get by text. So I'm going to click on the Gmail link. I'll mention the name of the link. Dot click. Now in this test method 1, I am opening the application. Then I am trying to click on the Gmail link. I have written the steps. Whatever we write it in the test.steps, these steps will be displayed on the report. Now let me run this code. So let me add await for test.steps. Now I'll copy the spec file name, npx playwright test, then I'll paste the spec file name, then press enter. Now 3 method got executed. For test1 method, we have written the steps using test.step method. For test2 method, test3 method, we didn't write test.step method. Now we'll see the report. See here for test1 method, for test method 1, if you click on the test method 1, we are able to see the steps which we added in the test method. Open the application, click on the Gmail link. For test method 2, see here we don't have steps here. Test method 2, we don't have steps. Test method 3, we don't have steps. If we write test.steps, if any failures occurs, we can easily identify which steps got failed. We go for next method. Now we are going to see the 6th one, test.describe. Test.describe method. Now we'll write the code for test.describe. Test.describe used to group the related test cases. Now we'll create a separate spec file for test.describe. Test.describe. Now I'll create test.describe.spec.ts. In the test1 method, I'll remove this statement. I'll keep the log statement. We have 3 methods: test method 1, test method 2, test method 3. I want to group these 3 test methods. Then I can use test.describe method. Test.describe method used to group the related test cases. Before this, all the test methods, write test.describe. It takes 2 arguments. First argument, it will take the title. I'll give the title test methods, comma. Then I'll call async arrow function. Here I'll open and then I'll close after all the test methods. Now these 3 test methods are present inside the test.describe method. I'm going to run this test.describe using this title. All these 3 test method will be executed. So how do you run it? npx playwright test, then I will mention the title of the test method description -g, then I'll mention the test.describe title. Now this will execute this 3 test method. Here I called the test.describe method title. Test.describe is having 3 test method. All 3 test methods are executed and 3 are passed. Test.describe method used to group the related test cases. Suppose you are going to write the scripting for login related test cases. So you can create test.describe of login, then you can keep all login related test cases. If you are going to create the test cases for payment related, then you can keep all payment related test cases inside test.describe. Now we have seen all Playwright test runner methods. In today's section, we are going to learn about page object model in Playwright. So what is page object model? Page object model is a design pattern used in the automation testing. In this approach, we will create separate class for each web page in our application. Inside this class, we store the locators, that means elements on the page, and actions. Actions is like methods are stored inside that class. Because of this structure, our script become clean and easy to read. So the code become more maintenance. We can create reusable methods. We can reduce the code duplication. Instead of writing the locators again and again in the test script, we centralized everything inside the page classes using page object model. Now let's write code for this. For example, here I am going to take this login page application. So we have this login screen. So this login screen, we can enter this usernames, this any one of these usernames, and password is demo. For example, here I am going to take the username and I'm going to enter the password. After click on the login button, we'll get the home page. And then if you click on the credit card application, you will get the credit card application page you will get. Then click on the debit card application, we'll get the debit card page will get. So we have different web pages. So each web page will create a separate class and we will store the locators and methods for that page. Now let me take the login page. So for that login page, I go to VS Code. I'll create a new folder. For example, here folder name I'll give pages. Under the pages, let me create a login page dot ts TypeScript. Inside the login page, let me create a class export class login page. Now inside the login page, we are going to store the login page locators and methods. For example, here I'm going to store the username locator. Now we'll right click on the username text box, inspect element. Which locator we can use? Placeholder locator. We'll copy the placeholder. Then here first we need to declare the locator using private. Private if we declare so that the variable cannot be accessed outside the class. So this locators no need to access outside the class. So I'll take private. So private we can use private so that locators cannot be accessed outside the class. And next one will give the locator name for username text box colon. I'm going to mention the type is locator. So we have to import the locator. Import locator from Playwright /test. Now we declare the username text box locator. Now we need to store the locator value. The locator value we have to store it using constructor. So create a constructor. Then in the constructor I declare the page variable using page. Inside the constructor I will store the locator's value. So the locator name username text box. Now I will call the locator name this dot username text box equal. Then you can call the locator page dot. I'm going to use get by placeholder. Then I'll copy the placeholder value for the username text box. Next we'll create a locator for password. Right click on the password text box, inspect element. For password also I'll take the placeholder locator.
We'll copy the placeholder locator. So first outside the constructor, to the class level, we have to declare the locator variable private password text box colon locator type, and inside the constructor we have to store the locator. This dot password text box equal page dot get by placeholder. Then I'll paste the locator value. Next, we are going to find the locator for login button. Right click on the login button, inspect element. For login button, I'll take the get by text locator. We'll declare the locator variable private login button colon locator, and inside the constructor this dot login button equal page dot get by text. Then I'll mention the text of the login button. Now I have stored the locators for the login page for enter the username, password, login button. Now we have to perform the action for this login. So here I will make a method inside the same page only. I will write a method for login, async method name to login. Then open curly brace, close curly brace. Here you can write a steps for login. For login we need username and password. Username and password I'll make as a argument. So here I'll make username colon type string comma password colon type string. Whenever we call the do login, we have to pass username and password. So here I'll write a steps for login. Await this dot username dot fill method. We are going to type the username dot fill. I'll pass the username. While call this method, whatever the value will pass, that value will be typed in the username text box. Next, we are going to enter the password. This dot password text box dot fill method. Then here we'll pass the password of the value. After that, we are going to click on the login button. Await this dot login button. In the login button, we are going to perform click operation. If you want to log into the application, we have to call the do login. In the do login, we have to pass the username and password. Then this will log into the application. This statement will enter the username, this statement will enter the password, and this one will click on the login button. After login to the application, this application enter the username, password, click on login button. We'll get the home page. Next one, we have to create a new TS file under pages. So the page name home page.ts. Now let me create a home page class. Export class home page. Now home page related element you can store it here, like credit card application, debit card application, track application status, more, logout, and this welcome to Sendil Smart QA Hub. These elements you can capture it inside the home page class. Now for example here I want to check this message. For example here after login to the application, I want to validate this message. Right click, inspect element on the message. To find this message, I'll take the ID locator. So here I'll create a locator variable private welcome message locator name, then type is locator. Then let me create a constructor. In the constructor parameter, I'll declare the page. Inside the constructor, I'll declare the locator value for the welcome message. this dot welcome message equal page dot locator. Here I'll pass the ID. ID indicates hash, then ID value. Now we are going to validate this message. So I'll write a function async verify welcome message. So here I'll call await. So here I'm going to write the assertion expect of, I'll call this dot welcome message, then dot to have text. So we are expecting this text. Welcome to Senthil Smart QA Hub. Now we created two pages, login page and login page. We stored login related locators, and then we created method for login. In the home page, we created the locator for welcome user message, and we are verifying the welcome user. Using this one, we'll write the script under the test folder. Let me create a spec file, banking application dot spec dot ts, and inside let me create a test method. In the test method, I'll pass the title banking application, comma async of page fixture, then arrow function. First I'm going to launch the application. I will log out. I'll take the URL of the application. We are going to launch the application. Await page dot go to. I will paste the URL of the application. After that, we are going to log into the application. To log into the application, we create a login page. Just create object for login page, constant login page equal new login page class. Here we have to pass the page. I'm going to call the do login, await login page dot do login. It will take username and password. Username is Senthil Smart QA Hub, comma password is demo. After we are going to verify the welcome user. Welcome user is written in the home page. So let me create object for home page, constant home page equal new home page class. I'll pass the page. Then await home page dot, then I'll call verify welcome message. So this statement open the application. This statement will log into the application, verify the welcome user in the home page. Now let me run this script. Now it will log into the application. Script getting failed because of login is having duplicate element here. We have two duplicate element, but we are going to click on the this second element. So here I can write login get by text of the login dot nth method. Nth method, here it will take the index value. We are going to first index value starts from 0. We are going to click on the second element. Second element index value is 1. Let me rerun this. So it is login to the application and it is verified the home page. It is executed too fast. If you want to wait and see the web page, then we can write wait statement, await page dot wait for timeout.
I'll give here for 5000. Wait for 5 seconds. Let me rerun this. So it will open the application, enter the username and password, click on login button, then it will verify the welcome user message in the home page. Then script got passed. So in this script, we didn't hard code the locators values. The locators values, we kept it in respective page. Suppose tomorrow in the login page, locators getting changed. So we can go to login page and then we can change the locator value. So the page object model, so the code become more maintainable, reusable and reduce the code duplication.